Good morning, everybody, and welcome to United21 Season 19. We're going to be continuing with the playoffs today, but the stakes have risen as we are in the lower bracket today. We've got some elimination games. It's do or die. That means the pressure is on for these teams, okay? They can't just say, if we lost, it's right, we're going on a lower bracket run. That's it now. Their last chance is over. They are in that lower bracket. Our games for today are Kono versus Preasy and Unity versus Apogee. Now, we'll start off with Kono versus Preasy. We're going to have a look at Kono. They topped the Group A only just. They had a close win versus Apogee and a very close win versus Verdant. Group A was incredibly tight. All the games were close. The round difference between each of the teams from top to bottom was very narrow. And Kono only just made it in. Now, in the upper bracket, they lost to Eclot in a game which was quite strange to watch. It was very one-dimensional from Kono on their T side, and I believe they've lost their first 4 rounds on Inferno due to the time expiring. Eclot had them figured out. Kono, they would literally just sit and wait. They're incredibly readable, they're incredibly slow, and often end up executing a site with next to no time to spare, and that's kind of what lost them that upper bracket game. On the other side of things, Preasy, their opponents. Preasy scraped it through the group stage, only beating one team, Viperio. They beat Viperio twice. Both games were close, and in the second bout, their second battle, the second best of 3, the one to actually decide who made it out of the groups, it was multiple overtimes for Viperio. For Preasy, they had multiple overtimes in that any single round went the other way, and Viperio could be the ones in the playoffs here. We're already going to getting on with the veto here, and you can see Nuke and Dust 2 bans coming out. Now, this makes a lot of sense. It's the perma bans for these two teams. Dust 2, interestingly, is the first pick. It's the best map for Kono, but it's already removed. Inferno, Vertigo, and Ancient are going to be our maps. Which, I mean, I'll be honest, I expected these maps, but I can't help but feel this veto definitely leans the way of Preasy. Especially knowing how slow Kono like to play on their T side, and they're going to have to start on the very map which they pretty much lost because they ran out of time earlier. Kono going to be starting this round. Again, it's a relatively slow default for them. Lots of util brought up. 2 smokes, 3 flashes. And they're going to be creeping in towards second mid. Soltovsky clearing top banana. Preasy themselves currently stacking 4 players over towards A. A single smoke thrown from Grilla on B is going to push Kono away. Now, again, this is another feature of Kono, is that they never seem to force their way through utility. If they are pushed away from a site, they will often move towards the other site, right? They're very predictable. They're very easy to control as the CTs. That single smoke from B will push them in towards this stack. The execute comes out, smoke towards Moto. That's a lurk smoke towards Maps. Gives them some cover to run up short here. The crossfire is still established. Bowen will be landing the first. Couple pre-fires through the edge of the smoke. And Kono slow things right down. They freeze. They panic. They're not committing. There's 30 seconds left. I think they're going to wait for this lurk to come in through long, but still. That might not be enough times. The rotation is going to come in from Preasy. Equip. Just going to mow down 2. 19 seconds left. A couple kills in a row, but I mean, Kono, they're just... This is the exact same issue which kind of plagues them here on Inferno against Eclot in the upper bracket, and I'd hoped they would have taken the time to learn from that mistake, but it's... Their weakness is they play so slow. They don't want to be the ones to give up the opening picks and make the mistakes. They like to wait and see if the CTs do that for them, but that means that they're so easy to push around the map. You can control where they go, and even then, when Kono come up against any difficulty, they sort of just slow down. There's so much hesitation, they don't want to actually walk in. But Preasy off to a good start here. Again, this is Kono's map pick, bear that in mind. Bone with the MP9. Maybe Shadow may have been spotted through the entrance of Boiler. We will, the corner of the eye, spot out Concisa. Going to get curious here, Jabone. With this MP9, he wants to farm some cash so he can get a sniper rifle out as early as possible. I think he may have slipped the net into the bedroom here. It's a very elevated angle. He's going to be searching, he's not going to find anything. Okay, there we go. We'll catch Concisa in the back. Rest of the Kona plays again. It's a minute on the clock. They're just sat back, not really doing anything. I mean, they can, sure, just wait out the utility. It's not an uncommon strat employed on the full Glock rounds. You just sit and wait for the CTs to burn their utility. That's grenades which Preasy will have to reinvest. But the thing is, it's so readable. Preasy know this. They're not going to burn their util. They're not going to waste it. They just sit, keep it on their belts. 30 seconds left. They know the time will expire. There's no risk of them getting caught off guard. It's a two-man tower here on towards Banana. Grilla, top of the half wall. He's going to mow down two. He drops off as he runs out of bullets, and that's when Equip steps up with another two. Simple clean-up, well held by Preasy. And again, they identified very early on there in that round. Kono playing slow, playing passive. Preasy had banana control, they had mid control. Jabone even had apps control. So they just save their util, they don't waste it blocking early. You are going to see that investment come out for Kono. Again, a slow default for Kono. Going to work some map control. Concise going to get curious here towards apps. A bit more aggressive than we're used to, but a single smoke in towards that long haul is enough to prevent him from getting any more aggressive. Preasy, they take map control, banana in their hands. Now Kono look to work towards mid. A minute on the clock, and again, this is another trend which we saw so often on Kono. A minute on the clock was sort of the mark on their T side where they'd start to make a decision or make a rotation off of map control. If they've made a bit of presence over towards A before a minute, then they're not going to commit. Time ticks by 30 seconds, and again, now the Amster tries to force his way in towards B to make a bit of presence, to try and pull a rotation. Not going to work. A single kill. Now 25 seconds left, and again, Preasy have all of banana control. It's all the information they need. They know that with 20 seconds left, Kono can't hit B. It has to be A. They've crept their way up towards short. They now burst. Concisa does find one, but there's a player, Jabone, with this MP9, the perfect weapon for the job here. Mows down two. Kono have been able to get it down into the 2-on-2. They successfully traded out on towards the A site, but it's a fast rotation from Preasy. Quit already up short. It's a strong post plant tucked in towards dark and pit. Very easy angles to control for Kono. Concisa peaks on timing. Grilla now has to activate. There's not much time on the board. Anticipates Soltovsky's position, but can't quite win the fight. Kono will be successful getting the first buy round on the board. I'm not sure if Preasy had much more utility there on that A site to block. Such little time left, that's when you kind of want to be throwing it, especially knowing that it's not going to be a B hit. Preasy take a tactical timeout after losing only one round. Still going to go for this investment. It's a bit scrappy in terms of a purchase. Got the AWP up on Jabone. A couple MP9 kills gave him some extra cash to afford the sniper. Still got two M4s, but Equip and Grilla down onto MP9s, and I believe those are the two B players. Bones AWP rings out. Opening pick onto Soltovsky down to the bottom of middle. Man advantage now for Preasy. Kono have to try and recover this round with a disadvantage. Take banana control. and Griller. Retake utility tools on top of Banana. They flash their way back in, push the T's back, and even a Molotov to seal the deal. The HEs get Amster down very low. It's a brilliant retake there from Preasy. Smart usage of their utility. But again, the issue is Kono, they wait to the very last second to hit a site, so you've got to make sure you have the utility to block when the time hits around 20 seconds. Sitting St. Jaboan up for some re-aggression with this AWP. Flash should be a dead giveaway. Concise attention turns towards Jaboan's aggression. Jaboan doesn't overextend here. In fact, no, he's going to walk back into the angle and will receive the frag onto Biria. Two-man advantage now for Preasy, but Kono have managed to creep their way towards long. This is a very different style of play than what we saw previously. Adding in some extra flair in the form of these contact plays, but they're walking straight into Jaboan's crosshair. Anticipates the push through the smoke. Well communicated from Preasy. The time ticks so far down, they then just hide as far back on that site as possible. As soon as Jaboan takes contact, he knows that there's a vulnerability towards long. After just one round for Kono, they're back onto pistols. Really just organising what they want to do there. Perhaps a bit of confusion coming out of spawn. Utility Amster's got in front of this smoke. Might be able to catch these players off by surprise. Goes for the swing, but equip. Nice on Fangle. Deals with him. Amster still yet to frag. Man advantage. Again, Kono, they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive here. A couple of days ago, we saw them never, ever risk contacting into a fight. Paul Bandana also down in towards Apps. Becky holds strong. Kono just being whittled away here. Preasy feeling that they have the room to get aggressive here, take these fights against the players who are on just pistols. Preasy have a bit of a bonus round here. Still working with a couple MP9s on Equip and Griller over towards B. Kono going to be taking a tactical pause already, nice and early. I like to see it. Going to be able to invest here. A couple of players having to go down to Galil's to be able to afford the utility. And again, what we saw against Eklot only 2 days ago here on Inferno. For Kono, they're a very utility heavy team on their T side. Against Eklot, they didn't contact once. Every single time they hit a site, it was an execute. Every time they took map control, it was with a lot of utility. It made them very, very readable, but already we can see some adjustments. The odd lurk play, the odd contact, the odd loose sort of angel taken. Very passive play here from Preasy. Tucked all the way at the back of the B bomb site, playing retake B. Here towards A, tucked deep in towards the pit, not even playing for middle. Reactive incendiaries dropped. Kono are burning out some of the util from Preasy. Only have one incendiary left, and that's on Brazilian, which he's just burned. Jaboan tries to go for some re-aggression, but walks straight into the crosshair of Soltovsky. Again, it's this silent play. Kono not using quite so much utility to take middle. Identifying at what points in time they can walk in for free. There we go. Assyrian picks up the AWP. Finds a trade. Albeit delayed. Now Kono have all grouped up towards Banana, and they're accelerating. 30 seconds left. They're sprinting, and lots of noise made. Smoke towards the top of Banana. They can be held here. But again, this is the site where there's only 2 MP9s and Equip and Gorilla have no utility left. It's all going to be on these aim fights here. 16 seconds left. Equip good for 1. Now drops. Swings out for a second. Gorilla now has to activate, but there was such little time he didn't need to swing. It's 2 versus 2. Bomb planted. Kono successfully take the site. Zillion with a no-scope through the box. Removes Biria, leaving Sultovsky in a 1 versus 2. Preasy, all they have to do here is trade. Zillion going to be taking peak. And Sultovsky, 2 lovely headshots to close it out. That round hinged on Gorilla's overextension there. He was tucked in towards the second cubby. He did not need to peek. In a 1 versus 2 on the site itself, they had the man advantage. There was 10 seconds left. Kono might not have cleared him. There wasn't enough time for them to be methodical, clearing out every corner of the site. They would have had to have been worried. If he had just waited enough time there, maybe he could have caught one. But instead, he swings into them, into their crosshairs, giving them a fight that they wanted. They wanted to take that fight as soon as possible. And he gave it to them. Bring that setup over towards B2, towards A. It's double apps. Jabone's AWP punishes Kono's contact plays here in towards apps. So far, the apps takes have been very dry, very contact heavy, and even more so in towards mid now that they've lost 2 players. Sultovsky next up on the plate. Amster still yet to frag. He's going to be next up on the plate. Biria towards apps. 44 seconds, and I think Kono are going to be looking to save. They don't have great money. Paul Bandana, Sultovsky, and Biria, and Amster won't be able to buy. It's only really... Well, I'd say Sultovsky's got the most. He won't have a good buy next round. With only 1 round loss bonus. But yeah, Preasy have identified Kono, have sort of, since a couple of days ago, Kono have thrown in a few more contact plays, especially towards apps. They were taking apps silently, just walking towards the angles, but they didn't have great trades. Right? They would walk in, one coming in through T-Boiler, one coming in through Bedroom, which means it's very easy to isolate those fights. Perfect for Jabone to post up with the AWP as they walk into his crosshair. Kono shut down early. Preasy up to a 5th. This was kind of the narrative coming into this game, was with these 2 teams so far from what we've seen in this event. Preasy have struggled on their CT sides. At least they did against LNG. That was an entire game where it was just incredibly one-sided halves, but overall close scoreline simply because it was just T sides non-stop. And Kono were the ones who were kind of weak on their T sides. Very little to work off. Being very readable. Easy to push and pull. But a presence made by Paul Bandana over towards apps. He's burnt his utility trying to take map control. Becky gets the information. In the meantime, Kono are setting up early towards B. But again, it's that sort of late style of play. They never pounce too early. They burn what limited util they have to try and take banana control. They have taken it. Now they set their sights over towards A. Preasy just not rotating though. Now Kono start to work A, but the thing is they're not making any presence towards B. They're all grouped up, all 5 players together. Take mid control. HE just a little shallow. If that landed a bit deeper, that would have been very juicy. Bowen takes the first kill with the AWP. Catches them contacting up towards short. Superior. And Paul Bandana equal a couple frags here. The Preasy players, I'm not sure what they were doing. Jerome spotted multiple players towards short. You can hear them barreling up, and then you've got one player towards pit. The balcony player doesn't even show his face. I don't think he was blind. I think he was playing anti-flash, but just didn't move away because there was no flashbang. Kono going full contact up towards short. They somehow win the fights. Kono scrape by with a third. Equip and Grilla just going to be saving their M4s. Preasy should be able to still buy here. Grilla can drop over. Fidget Bowen or a Cillian. Equip can do the same. Nice HE, is going to soften up Amster. Currently 0-0-7. Still yet to frag. 8 rounds in. Pressure applied over towards middle. This time, Kono applying a bit more pressure, a bit more split up here. This is a bit harder to read for Preasy. It's not quite so one-dimensional. What we've come to expect from Kono. Good smoke, well timed. Box them off towards Banana. They shift away. Amster's steps undoubtedly heard though. Bomb picked up. Mid control maintained. Kono have a lot of these extremities, apps and mid, in their hands. Smoke towards Moto, they can be accelerating. Good flash from Cillian will keep them at bay for a couple more seconds. But that Molotov pushes Becky out into Paul Bandana's crosshair. Jabot equipped, isolated towards long. Grilla does find the trade, but it's just these two players now tucked in towards the site. Cillian's going to mow down two. Onto the 2-on-2. Eventually he's overwhelmed. It's still Jabot and tucked in towards the site. I think the round expired. There just wasn't enough time. Kono took way too long hitting that site. Jabot just didn't even take the fight. He tucked all the way. Tactical pause now from Preasy. Three-round lead for the Danish side. Equip again down to an MP9. It's not phasing him. Jabot is up in 16-4. Having a stellar game right now. Kono forcing up. Single AK and Zoltovsky, the rest on pistols. Plenty of utility. They're contacting their way into Banana here, taking these high risk. But they identify the Preasy playing Full retake. The first flash, second flash comes in. It's full retake for Equip. They're fully blinded. But the Kevlar is enough to hold strong. They now accelerate after that one kill. They start to pop in towards the side. Gorilla drops the smoke. That will reveal his location, and he will be mollied out. Going to push back into the second. Oranges isolated. Good for one, but the P250 trades. 3 on 3. All rifles can be picked up, but Jabone straight through the smoke. Catches one, catches two. Leaves Concisa tucked in towards the new box. M4 picked up 1 versus 3. Preasy charged through the smoke. He's able to find Becky. Finds a headshot onto Asilian. Now into the 1 versus 1. Jabone looking to add another frag to his tally count, and he will do so. A triple kill for him. The 1v3 is not convertible for Concisa. Jabone is up to 19 kills there. Storming away with this game. Kono's force bite. He gets scrappy. Something we've not seen from them so far. An early hit on towards B. Reacting off of the first kill. And now Preasy again, they're up against the pistols. They like to get aggressive here. Take the fights whilst they can. He's going to find another through the smoke. Asilian straight through the smoke onto Biria. Totovsky left in a 1 versus 5. Don't think from Soltovsky. Find an M4, but Asilian will come in trade. He'll even be able to upgrade. Gorilla swaps over that FAMAS for the MP9. In fact, he's just going to throw the FAMAS away altogether. In fact, no, he's still working with it. I'd say he did for a second there buy an M4. With the last round of the half, they can afford to throw weapons away to get the best investment possible, but chooses to prioritise the extra piece of utility and the extra kit. Still work with the FAMAS here on the final round of the half. Hopefully he doesn't come back to bite him. That weapon is not an easy one to control. Lamp's there, clearing out Banana. Giving a lot of information over the amount of ticks of those Molotovs. Those aren't even CT grenades. Those are his teammates' Molotovs. It's going to be the double flash retake again. 2 flashes in. Counter flash. Reaction comes in from Concisa. He dodges the first but not the second. Amps there. Punishes Equip for overextending. He got an opening pick and then peeks down in towards Banana. 4 on 4. Shifts through the smoke. Good for 1, but again, the FAMAS might have been his undoing there. Could have got a second. Fortunately, Asilian and Jabone have rotated into trade. And trade they will. Asilian now has the bomb. Drops a smoke to keep Paul Bandana at bay. He's got another smoke to replenish that one. Paul Bandana simply can't wait out this smoke. 30 seconds, and there's another smoke dropped. Smokes, those of you who aren't aware, they last 20 seconds in CS2. Do the maths. As soon as this smoke fades, he'll have 10 seconds left, and it's just been replenished. He's got to force his way through. There's 2 players lying in wait. It will be a 9-3 half for Preasy. Dominant on Inferno. Kono, you can still see there on their timeline the how late their executions were still plaguing them on some rounds. They were able to spice it up a little bit with some more contact plays, a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive compared to what they normally do. But Preasy able to handle them. It's kind of just fed Jabot in there. Those contact plays don't really work out when you go straight into the AWP. Strong start. Preasy now on the T side. They themselves with 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. Looks to be another default-esque kind of round with the pistol. Just waiting for the aggression. 2 working their way in towards second mid. So identifying lack of pressure from Kono. They start to converge to execute their plan. But Kono are stacked here. They've got 2 layers though. 2 towards mid, 2 towards pit. The mid crossfire already removed with the smoke towards long. Kono are able to fall back and re-establish extra players on towards the site. Trades are coming out thick and fast for Preasy, but Paul Bandana in towards the pit is going to find the double kill. Leaving Becky into a 1 versus 3, but he's tapped them both down. Now into the 1 versus 1, him versus Amster. Amster creeping through the edge of the smoke, spotted. Becky, rock in hand. And the HE is actually what finishes it off. High risk there from Amster to get a grenade out in a position where he could very easily be peeked. But he will be rewarded with the kill, finishing off the low HP player. Much needed pistol round there for Kono. Keeps them in this game. If they'd lost that one, it would have been, well, probably would have been done. Full Glock round for Preasy. Not a single dollar invested. They're just going to be hiding at the T-ramp. A stack established. In the meantime, Jaboan is just going to be playing with the bells. Oh, he's playing Jingle Bells. Just a warning sign letting Kono know they're just holding here. Trying to bait them into a push into that stack, but it's not going to happen. Preasy, lose patience. They now sprint up towards the top and middle. Incisors going to mop them up. Only good for 2, but the MP9's coming on the flank. Only a single kill there for Preasy. Towards one Banana has missed there for Concisior. It's landed at the bottom of the team ramp. Regardless, Preasy would have fought in front of it either way. Equip. Dispatched off by Biria's MP9. And Biria picking up that AK down to 8 points of health. Opening kill for Kono. Four and 5, minute on the clock. Preasy don't even have much map control to work with. Only just now are they retaking Banana. Preasy now have mid for free. Contacting in. A single smoke towards Moto. An attempt to push Soltovsky into the site, but not successfully. Continues to hold long. Counter swing. Traded 1 for 1. 20 seconds left. Preasy. This is getting sketchy now. Becky falls towards short. Bone has to accelerate on towards this site. Sicilian with the bomb coming in towards short. Does punish Paul Bandana's over aggression. A fight given too early. 10 seconds left. Incisor now tucked in towards Grave. Good for 1. Should have spotted Sicilian. Sicilian now have to rush this plant. Isn't able to get it down. Meantime, Kono get their 6th. 3 players surviving. Tactical pause out from Preasy. Kono coming back into this half. Now again, we saw only a couple days ago in Preasy's upper bracket game, there were a lot of leads that they had which were choked. Anubis comes to mind, which was literally a 9-3 half, which they ended up losing 13-10. Will be another pistol round for them. They can afford to invest into some tech lines and armour. Jaboan saving up for the sniper rifle, wants to get that in his hand as soon as possible. Rifle still smoked off. Pop in towards long. Smoke for the wrap. Soltovsky drops a well-timed incendiary. Fires one shot off, falls back, fires another. Realises he's overwhelmed, so swaps to the pistol. Last one, Amster comes in to back him up and mops up the rest, leaving a quip coming in from Banana on this B split. Gonna find the B site clear, but doesn't have the bomb. Beria spots him out. Beria wants to find this frag on the MP9, farm some cash. Now, being spotted over towards B means that 3 players for Kono will now have their attention focused on the B site. Only 1 towards A, which is where Equip is coming in from, but will he expect this off angle from Paul Bandana? No, he won't. Kono get their 7th. Now only 2 behind Preasy. That's 4 in a row for the CT side. And now Preasy invest. Now they have the guns, they have the AKs, they have all the grenades, even an AWP up on Jaboan. And that investment in itself still backed up by utility on the sniper rifle. There we go, it's rewarded. Jaboan with that AWP finds the opening pick, punishes Amster's aggression towards the top of Banana. Now a man advantage for Preasy. Make it 2. As Soltovsky on the receiving end of a couple headshots from Grilla. Preasy have plenty of time to wait for a Kono reaction here. Drop the Molotov towards Banana, but they fall off. I'm not sure if those steps would have been heard. It's enough to pull Bandana over towards B. He's actually going to gamble stack. I mean, it makes sense 3 versus 5. It's very hard to sort of recover this round with re-aggression. Oh no, going to have to go for a save. Preasy going to find themselves in double digits. Successfully hitting the empty bomb site. Not a single casualty on the Danish side. They'll be able to build some bank. They won't hunt too aggressively here. They want to prioritise making sure that they have enough money. But that realistically was probably the difference maker. In this round, Jabone having that sniper, being able to afford that, gives them the first opening. Round 18, 10-7. Bone again attempting an opening here towards Banana. Does have the bomb on his back. Incendiary deployed from Paul Bandana. Keeps Preasy at bay in towards Apps, if only for 5 more seconds. Skillfully drops down silently. Now map control starts to be pressured. Banana taken by a quip. He's got a lot of banana control. He baited out a smoke over towards B. Now the utility comes in towards middle. Smoke towards long. Reactive incendiary towards middle, but that fades quickly. A minute on the clock and Preasy now have pretty much the majority of the map control. They have middle. They've taken banana back. And Kono are having to play kind of blind over towards B. The extra utility towards A should pull this rotation from Birria. He's coming in towards long. Sprint up from Isilian. Falls back. Knows that now long is a threat. These are going to be executing in towards short. 25 seconds left and they're going to turn around here. This is a last second. This is a Kono-esque rotation. Going for a last second hit. 20 seconds to try and hit this B-bomb site. It is empty right now. Equip. His lurk is dealt with. Search for information from Concisa. 7 seconds left to plant this bomb. The Molotov and the HE will come out, but the bomb is planted in the open. He's not vulnerable to them, but it was vulnerable to spam. And Kono don't attempt that. Bomb planted. 1-man advantage for Kono. They do have ruins control. Control of the church, control of the coffins, which means they don't have to waste time taking that to attempt this retake. The advantage is theirs here. Especially with Preasy not having the utility, but Jabone posted up towards a new box. It's the perfect spot for the sniper. Only good for 1. Paul Danner's going to mow down 2. Becky next up on the plate, and he's going to get a double of his own. That's when Grilla activates and mows down 2. The 1 versus 2 clutch. Preasy, a last second call. The rotation, the sprint towards the B-bomb site. It pays off. They catch an empty site. And Kono just struggled to pull off that retake there. Too many Preasy players able to get multi-kills. Becky gets 2. Grilla then gets 2. And that's enough. If just one of those multi-kills was traded, Kono win. That's the difference. But instead, Preasy up to 11. Kono kept at bay. Not only that, but their economy is questionable. Paul Bandana's had to go to an MP9. They're still able to buy. Okay, they've got more than enough cash to go for an investment here, actually. But it is rough around the edges. As far as utility on Paul Bandana Sontovsky is concerned. Paul Bandana could go for an extra flash. Why is Paul Bandana not buying a flash? He's got 200. Why is Concisa not buying a smoke unless he's already used it? I think he may have already used his. Sontovsky with the AWP goes for an opening kill. Kono want to have an advantage going into one of these rounds. They're unable to find anything, so they're forced to play back into a default. It's aggression in towards Apps for Kono. But it's punished. Grilla, successful. Finds Paul Bandana. Concisa flashing towards mid. Does find an equalising frag. A quick acceleration in towards mid. Grilla tries to trade. That's when Soltovsky strikes towards long. Man advantage now for Kono. The mid hold pays off. In fact, they gambled away from the B site. Quip Throws a mid to B smoke. Gonna flash Bowen and Becky out of apps, and Kinsizer fully blinded, caught by Becky. There's no trade potential behind that. The only player behind was Bowen, and in fact Equip is gonna find another one. Suddenly this A site defense has been demolished. Kono had two players set up in a crossfire. A single flashbang breaks it apart. And now Beria and Amster have to save. They don't have the funds to buy. Preasy are going to get themselves up onto map point. Kono had a man advantage there, and a single flashbang pulls it out from underneath them. Like, I can't get across how the fundamentals, how easy that would have been for Kono to stop. Becky was running out of apps on his own. Jaboan was the player behind him, but Jaboan had an AWP and was just posting on towards site. He wasn't even playing to trade Becky there. That was all on Becky getting that kill. That one kill, and then the round is over for Kono. To 7. Kono now going to have to force buy around these two M4s. Soltovsky, the famous Paul Bandana, another MP9. An MP9 for Kinsizer as well. Deep molly into apps. Going to allow Preasy to clear this methodically. And go for that double peeking towards the long haul and meet no resistance. Bowen dodges that HE. It's a decent setup for Kono. Preasy comes towards that half wall and it's not expected. A quick peeks into it with a grenade in hand. Amster, the opening kill. Fall back off B. They play passive now. Kono, they don't have information on much of the map. They don't have car. They don't have top mid. The only information they have is the sound which Preasy make. And that's not hard. That's not concrete. Kono going to be making a gamble rotation over towards A. 30 seconds left. Light amount of presence made by Preasy the bomb. And towards the bottom of middle. Just 20 seconds left. Preasy are shifting their way in towards Arch. Cillian takes ball and Becky fades a smoke. Good for another. Griller punishes Paul Danner's aggression and suddenly the A bomb site is open. Blink and you miss it. That A site defense capitulates for Kono. From a slow round, but Preasy weed their way in towards long, fading the smoke, catching the kills, and just one kill towards long completely compromises the Kono defense. They break their setup just from one kill and suddenly their crossfires are now redundant. Beria and Amster trying to retake. They find Becky. Still a hard crossfire to unpick him towards the pit. Jaboan finds one. It's now 1 versus 2 for Amster, and Jaboan fittingly will finish it off with a multi-kill. It'll be a 13-7 victory for Preasy on Kono's map pick. Again, this map is not looking strong for them, but Jaboan is looking strong. 25-10 for Jaboan. A massive, massive showing for him. Obviously, I think in the first half he had like 19 kills, a dominant showing from the Danish AWPer. But Kono not going to be happy with that, right? That was their map pick of Inferno. Obviously, this veto does lean against them, and we'll be moving on to Vertigo next, which is a map which Kono have, I believe, a 7-map loss streak on, and it's Preasy's favourite map. So we'll be seeing that one up after 10-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Kono versus Preasy. This is an elimination match here in United21 Season 19 in the lower bracket round 1. Preasy have already stolen Inferno away from Kono, 13-7 with Jaboan Masterclass. And we're moving on to Vertigo, which is Preasy's map pick. And not only that, but Kono have got a 4-map loss streak on it. A 17% win rate. That's abysmal. Kicking off this pistol round here, Preasy. On that T side, 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs. Shifting up towards the A ramp. Pushing Kono back. Throw the utility. Good counter flash from Sultowski. Push in with the jewelries, but Preasy, they get out of dodge. They get into cover. Sultowski now activates. Good for 1, but traded. Overwhelmed. Isolated on that site with no support. And Jaboan's even going to find a second kill through the smoke. Man advantage now for Preasy as the bomb is planted in a safe position. Flank coming in from Amster. Dealt with. 1-for-1 trade. Becky still getting aggressive here towards Gap. Leaves Kinsiza in a 1 versus 3. Rotating in towards Elevator. Trying to isolate the 1 versus 1 fight. Successful against Becky. Vasilian and Jaboan still just playing the bomb. Simply not enough time for Kinsiza to go for this round. He's going to attempt some damage. We'll find Jaboan. Bomb, no matter what, will dispatch of Vasilian. Kinsiza survives. But it's a Preasy round win on the pistol. 5 kills on that CT side. They are going to go for a second round force. 5 MP9s. Kinsiza saving his Kevlar. Will choose not to replenish it and choose to go for the MP9 and get utility instead. Drops that over to Amster. Drops the smoke and the Molotov to his teammate who is anchoring that B bomb site. So Amster can now delay, play to block, drop the incendiary, drop the smoke, keep the T's at bay and try and push Preasy away from B towards the stacked A bomb site. Preasy right now in a 2-1-2 with the pressure applied over towards B. Some utility they take. First stage is a map control towards B. Gorilla over the top of the smoke. Gets Amster down low. Tickled by the flames himself. Down to 23 points of health. Kono now, with the stack towards A, they're starting to get inquisitive. Start to aggress towards the gap. His MP9's in a prime spot. Quick, he's going to hear them falling back and going to throw his default utility. Smoke towards the gap. Towards the new elevator window. Molotov is going to flush out this boost, but Kinsiza pushes in front of it and punishes a quick, but is traded by Vasilian. Jaboan. And the utility up onto the ramp again. It's another 1-for-1 trade. Into the 3-on-3. Kono players don't have the greatest health. And they have got this early rotation. Amster holding down the side, but it's a 2-man push towards Gap, and they catch Becky off guard. Grilla last alive, and who will be overwhelmed. Kono successful on their force buy. Well-timed aggression, well-timed pushes with those MP9s towards A. Catch Preasy off guard. And they find themselves with a second round break. Preasy's economy in the bin. They've got no choice but to force buy here. They want to find a third round break. Answer back in kind. 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles and a scout on Jaboan. Going to spot out Jaboan's scout. Goes for the peak, but receives a couple Deagle body shots in return. Paul Bandana committed. Becky, 2 beautiful headshots with the Deagle. 2-for-1 trade. Paul Bandana is able to take down Grilla, but Becky with 2 kills, even upgrades to the AK. Man advantage for Preasy, and now they have an extra rifle to boot. Preasy now with this advantage going to shift up 4 players together, maximising that trade potential. That's all they have to do. Trade out. Name of the game. Kono. A gamble rotated 2 players over towards B, leaving Biria to defend A solo. But as time ticks by, they start to shift back. Focus their attention towards this A site. Preasy creep on in, already up towards default. A quick taking point. Much further ahead than his teammates. Biria can't quite land the shot to the insider to find Becky. That's the AK removed. In fact, he's got to find 2 before being traded. Into the 2-on-2. Equipped still with a deagle. It's just Jabot now in a 1 versus 2 with the scout. Both these players are 1 tag potential. Essentially making this weapon the equivalent of an AWP. He's going to try and run in and upgrade. Missed shot onto Biria. Kono convert a second round. 2-1. Preasy's forced by, despite getting a man advantage and an AK. Kono will be the ones in the lead. We're going to have a technical pause here. Hopefully we'll get that one resolved as soon as possible. A lot of damage done that round is going to keep Kono honest with their economy. Soltovsky has dropped from the server, so I'm assuming that's what the tech pause was for. Perhaps a crash or a disconnect. Preasy with a 2-round loss bonus, going to have to go for an eco hit. They're going to go with 5 Glocks, a single flashbang bought for Becky. I always like when teams get creative when they're ecoed. At the end of the day, when you've got just those pistols, your chances of winning a round head-to-head are very slim, if not negligible. So you've then got to put all your eggs in one basket. That's why you have to go for the gambles. You have to go all in with just your Glocks. A single $200 investment of that flashbang could be enough. If they blind a CT, say if they pop on towards that B site, you blind the B anchor, swarm him, he gets overwhelmed, you get a free kill with your Glocks, you pick up his weapon, you now have an M4 to work with and a man advantage. You can then start to swarm, start to use the trades to your favour. In the CTs, they can't all be stacked on the same site, they can't all play together, they have to be split up a little bit more to defend the multiple access points to 2 different sites. It means as the T, you can just try and trade out. When I say you can just try and trade out, what I mean is it's kind of all you have going for you when you have just Glocks. You don't have the utility to work map control, to push and pull rotations, and play a more tactical game. It just has to be an all-in play just to get you an opening. Once you have that opening, you can force your way into it. The funds on Kono aren't great. As mentioned before, Preasy did get a fair few kills on both the last rounds. This means Kono won't have the greatest buy. See, Amstair won't be able to afford an M4. Neither will Paul Bandana, as they skimp out on utility. Well, they could be dropped over in all fairness. Biria has got AK Kevlar already with 4,000 left. Soltovsky's also got 4,000 left. Yeah, they can be dropped over, so the buy's nowhere near as poor as I first thought. But it will cost them. It will be expensive. Quick round reset just to make sure that Soltovsky has all the money he needs. He did lose his Kevlar there by disconnecting. And we are back. We are live. Soltovsky should drop an M4 to Amster here. No, in fact, Amster's going to go for an MP9. I mean, considering you're up against pistols, it's okay. If you're up against a buy round, Soltovsky certainly should be dropping. If you're up against a full buy, but no, against the Glocks, the MP9s, if anything, you can farm some more cash, and you can make the argument that they're much more well suited against the pistols. But there you go, there's the flash play. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Jeboen overwhelms Concisa, and that's an M4 which Equip's been able to receive. Well, retrieve as Biri's had to fall back. Going to go for another boost. Trying to isolate these players. Over the top. Shots fired off. Equip unable to connect. Preasy now disengaged. Kono had rotated 3 players in total over towards that site after losing just the 1. So rather than forcing their way in towards a stacked A-bomb site, they disengage, reset, allow Kono's defense to spread back out again. See the rotation comes through. They remain 2 towards A, 2 towards B. I think they'd rather go 2 towards B than against an A site with 3 players on it. They're not going to find the time to get up. They catch Becky off guard, but the Glock not quite enough to find the kill. Cillian's actually going to get a team kill here. Cillian does pick up that M4. 34 seconds. He has the bomb, and he's immediately dipped out of there. Shifting away. I think it's a long rotation to this A site. Even now, if Kono figure this out, they'll get to A before Cillian. Okay, now he starts to run. Should be able to get this plant down nice and quickly. It's going to be a very open plant as well. Well read from Cillian, knowing that Kono not going to risk getting caught in rotation. Nor will they split up. And this very open plant means he can play very forward in towards the gap here. I'm not sure if he's going to get cleared. Oh, just about. Fortunately for Kono, they stick together, maximise that trade potential, and Cillian swings out into 2 players. I didn't hate the clutch attempt. I didn't hate the position. You can try and play with the bomb planter there, isolate 1 player, and then it's a 1 versus 1 with the bomb in a very open spot with which he can dance around multiple angles. But Kono do convert. Still a lot of damage done. Kono only surviving with 2 players. Now Preasy have the investment. The AK's out in play. The utility to work map control to pressure Kono. One caveat that's worth mentioning is that with this veto, Kono surely would have been able to predict that Vertigo is coming here. They know that not only is it their weakest map, but it's also Preasy's strongest map. Maybe not the strongest, but at least Preasy's favourite map. I love this boost. Use 2 players to establish a staircase so that Jeboen can use the clip, and you can see as he peeks onto the taller player, the standing player, he doesn't have to jump, so he doesn't have that inaccuracy. He can just strafe to the side. I love how methodically they're using these boosts to clear the angles. First the boost behind the box, then the run boost to clear over the left-hand side. It means they don't have to use utility. They don't have to use resources which are limited. And they find the time to just contact up onto the site. Guns out, trading. That's what matters. Up on towards A, and Cillian is going to find 2. Man advantage now for Preasy. They slow down. Get the util down to try and lock out these players, but Soltovsky, a cheeky play. The hate cheat through the smoke. Allows him to pick away Jaboan. 3 versus 3. Bomb planted. Open for the ramp. Kono don't have the utility for this retake. They don't have the smokes to block off the sight lines or to drop onto the bomb, or the incendiaries to clear out any hiding spots. The bomb's not planted for gap yet. Preasy post-planting with 2 players here, but as the time ticks down, Kono realise, yeah, the smoke's only just fading. Simply don't have the time or the utility to go for it, and Gorilla activates, catches Paul Bandana, another weapon removed from Kono. That's big. I still think Kono are yet to win a round, or yet to have a single round with more than 2 players surviving. You can see what it's done to their economy. Paul Bandana has nothing, financially speaking. Viria works with an MP9, Paul Bandana with a Famous weak utility. And it means that one more round win, if there's no saved weapons for Kono, is a bank breaker. Gorilla also going down does mean it's not exactly profitable for Preasy. Again, it's this boost to try and clear this angle. Preasy, a bit of pressure towards B. Boost doesn't find anything, but again, this is why I love the way that they're clearing stuff. Preasy is that boost doesn't make any noise. And not making any noise means it limits the amount of information that Kono have to work with. See, now the counter util comes out from Kono towards A. A fake execution. 2 sets of smokes. Kono locked out behind these smokes. They've denied vision, and they're pulling a rotation away from this B bomb site. It's just Amster defending solo now. Fully blinded. Good for 1, and Becky, in fact, is going to pivot around and catch Paul Bandana. Turning back. Molotov going to lock out the rotation of Kinsizer. Bomb planted in a 4-on-3. I think as Equip is still in position to lurk here to catch off rotations. Kono, this is a sticky spot. They go for it, Equip flanks and kills them. They don't go for it. They've got to deal with Equip, and they do that, and the round is over. Commit to the save, 20 seconds. Kono find potentially their first round surviving with at least 3 players. Kono taking the first tactical pause after Preasy have tied the scoreline. Perhaps to discuss how they want to invest again. They had no cash in their bank accounts at the start of the last round. So maybe tempted or debating whether to buy behind these 3 saved weapons. With their weak loss bonus, they don't have much to invest. So they won't be able to get M4s. That would be MP9s if they did buy here. To be honest, in these sorts of situations, I prefer going for an eco with these saved 3 weapons. Unless you can afford another M4 with good utility, you might as well just say, look, okay, we're not investing into this round, therefore it's not high risk. But the reward can be high because this M4 and this M4 and this AK could very easily, very simply win the round single-handedly. They've burnt a lot of their util early, but they've not actually gained anything off of it, Kono. Bit of pressure applied towards the ramp. Perhaps keeps Preasy at bay. They've done a decent amount of damage to Asilian too. Kind of haven't actually gained any map control off of it. Now the flash is used. Birria looking to take the fight on his terms with this AK, with one of the stronger weapons that Kono have. Not going to find the trade. A very messy spray. Does find a Cillian. But again, it's a messy spray on the second. 2 for 1. That's the 2 rifles removed for Kono. It's now just this AWP. Paul, Bandana and Amster rotate over with their USPs, but Preasy, they cut noise. All 4 players shift over towards B. Now they pop up. Molotov towards quad. Flashing up. Site will be cleared. Bomb planted. Meanwhile, Paul, Bandana and Amster look to try and pick up those 2 rifles that were dropped. Save those over. But then this is why I'm sort of in favour of Kono going for that eco this round. Because those M4s, that AK from Birria, could have shut down Preasy there. And they could have won. But, I mean, if they'd gone for the buy round, I mean, it would have made very little difference, right? But the difference being now that they didn't invest, it means that they can still go for another attempt next round. And on top of that, saving these 2 AKs and the AWP gives them some extra breathing room to afford all the utility. So now they have a fully equipped arsenal. Preasy, though, have taken the lead. Bowen going to get that T-side AWP out. You know how comfortable he is here on Vertigo, especially over towards A. But blink and you miss it. Preasy have already found 2 kills. Amster and Birria demolished. Now Paul Bandana. I completely missed that. It's just a fast play from Preasy. Not even that fast. I think they just wanted to take B stairs control fast, but they were rewarded with 2 kills because Kono themselves were trying to contest. And that single fight over the control of the B stairs is enough to grant Preasy the round win. Soltovsky and Kinsize are just going to be saving. Tucked in towards ladder. I really want to see Jabone go for the wall bang. I saw him go for it the other day. Wall bang into the ladder room. Didn't quite land the shot, but if he goes for it now, Kinsize could be on the chopping block. Not going to go for it though. Easy stretch their lead. Kono, I think, will still be able to buy here. Soltovsky can drop over to pull Bandana. But he doesn't. Why? Why is Soltovsky not dropped? You can make the argument, oh, in case he wants to get an AWP up again, but now Paul Bandana doesn't have a flash or a HE. You can even drop an extra flash over to Amster, who doesn't have a flash. Soltovsky with the AWP is able to find the opening pick, though. Bowen's run boost across to the other side doesn't pan out. Some speculative util up towards B. Counter util from Amster doesn't quite land its mark. Griller boosted up. Amster was just sat holding ready for it. They know that this lurk smoke thrown on towards the side of double, often used to cover the boost. Now Preasy shift over towards A. I think it's Kono, because they already killed Jabone, it means Soltovsky has a really deep angle here. A great spot, but the flash is going to push him back. He single-handedly had that choke point on lock, which meant Kono had rotated all the players over towards B in middle. Quip is going to find an opening kill here. Causes enough rotations for Becky to shift his way into mid, and now he's just taken down both the B players. How? This is a 5-on-3. And Preasy win the round cleanly. A bit of pressure over towards A. They push back Soltovsky's AWP. Equip's even able to get a kill walking up to the site. Preasy weren't even playing together, but they played off of one another perfectly. Well, Equip causing that presence brings a space for Becky. And again, Preasy haven't actually touched mid at all yet this half. That was the first time, and it was a late lurk coming from Becky. Perfectly timed. Not just within the round, but within the half. It's perfectly timed because Kono neglected it. They hadn't had to hold mid at all this half. So they don't expect Becky to lurk out, catch a rotation and completely wipe out the B site. And even then, Preasy get all the rest of the kills. And round number 10, Kona going to be going for a half by that extra cash saved from Soltovsky. Allows him to get a hero warp, everyone else getting MP9s around it. They've got 4-round loss, but unless these MP9s get a kill or two, they won't be able to have full utility, which again, kind of not giving themselves the best chances. Cillian, no doubt. Strong game. Bowen blows open the smoke, looks for the opening pick with the AWP. Not going to see anyone. Not just yet, at least. That CT smoke dropped towards... Yeah, I think it is CT smoke dropped towards the bridge, but Preasy playing in front of it. Wasted smoke for Kono. They only have 3 left. Bowen, through the smoke, will find Biria over the top of the ledge. Sizer, MP9 holds strong. Poor trading from Preasy. Spacing not quite there. That's when Soltovsky activates. Now a man advantage for Kono after a 3-for-1 trade. Grilla and Becky. 2 versus 3 and now shift over towards B. This has been read by Kono, who, as of right now, gambled 2 out of the 3 players over towards B. The Molotov towards Dark. Not going to flush anyone out, but drop smoke means that we still have to consider it. Paul Bandana's MP9s activate, and Kono do get a round win thanks to these MP9s. Finally, they get a bit more aggressive towards the ramp, and rather than just falling off, they stay holding. At the end of the day, that's kind of what Kono have been doing. Once they have ramp control, they would leave one player there to hold it, because they're in a position where they can get early information to then fall off. But that's what Preasy wanted. They wanted to just get the information, push you back. Instead, Kono hold with multiple players, and they successfully stopped the Preasy assault. Preasy using the boosts to clear, map controlling towards mid. High peek from Equip. He does fall, but a quick trade from a Cillian. 4-on-4. Again, this is the first round. Preasy have done something with mid, at least early. With the exception of that one Becky late lurking towards mid. Set their sight towards B. Execution. Hamster. No utility in play. Can't extinguish these flames. He's now got to find a safe haven between the fire. And he is going to find the kill before going down. We bought space in time for Paul Bandana to find one of his own. 1-man advantage for Kono. 30 seconds left. Preasy throwing some utility, setting themselves up to hit this site. They don't commit just yet. They let the smokes deploy. Cillian shadow spotted. Concisa. And the kill. Well-timed incendiary. Paul Bandana going to find another. Just Jabone left in a 1 versus 3. 15 seconds left. And a pre-fire from Concisa gets Kono their 5th round. Now just 1 behind Preasy. Final round of the half, and Preasy going to be working with a force by Jabone and Grilla only with pistols. Everyone else is alright with AKs and utility. This time it's much faster, much more aggressive. Equip taking point up the ramp, flashed in. Kono, they fall back. Don't want to get caught in forward positions, but map control heavily in the hands of Preasy. At least over towards A, towards B, Kono. Made a little resistance, and the 2 players managed to get Paul Bandana in towards the B stairs. Smoke from Kono. We'll keep them blocked. Keep Preasy at base for a moment. Concisa. Looks like he's seen a ghost. Some utility thrown from Preasy to push back Kono from gap. Successfully moved Kono all the way from elevator in towards heaven. Smoke's now going to come out. Kono will be locked out behind this utility. Preasy will have the sight. And Sizer quickly traded 1 for 1. A good dink from Grilla on the Tech 9. Smoke deployed gives Becky the cover to guarantee this bomb plant. It's a nice open plant for the ramp. 4 on 4. Preasy don't have the utility to keep Kono at bay. Kono, on the other hand, do have the utility to go for this retake, and Paul Bandana, the quick flank coming in from B, finds not 1 but 2. Almost a 3rd before being traded, but he's done enough damage and found Equip, who's now in a 1 versus 3 to try and stop this defuse. Finds a perfect headshot on towards Soltovsky. Bomb now no longer being stuck. 1 versus 2, it's tapped again. Equip going for this peak, but not enough bullets to finish off Birria. Will be a tied half, 6-6. Kono find their footing after an MP9 half buy successfully holds the ramp, and they convert 2 more off the back of it. For the most part, I do really love how Preasy call on Vertigo, but just small plays from Kono, small differences, netted them the conversion on those last 3 rounds. Going to be swapping over to the other half momentarily. Now Kono's incredibly slow passive T style of these late defaults is tested on Vertigo. Saw it didn't work on Inferno both today and 2 days ago in their game against Eklot. On a map like Vertigo, you can't necessarily afford to just sit back without any map control. It's going to be even harder for them. Kono, D-side pistol. Smoke, 4 flashes, and 1 Molotov. They're going to be setting themselves up for a B split. 3 shifting in towards the B stairs. Birya. And Soltovsky with the utility in towards mid. Molotov comes in towards the window. Griller fully blinded by the flashbang, but Amster fails to find the frag. Late trade comes in and Concisa, in fact, doubles up. Only 2 players coming in towards B is Falker at Kono, as the other 2 were laboured in towards middle. Gonna fall back, disengage, but Concisa continues to push and finds a 3rd kill before being shut down. Now 3 versus 2, Soltovsky in the position to hear these rotations, can call that out. Lets his teammates know that they've left B, rotated over towards A. He slips into the gap, looks to try and catch Asilian, but the aim punches his undoing. Soltovsky, wild crosshair. Puts it into the 2-on-2, but again, equip on such low HP. Asilian, no Kevlar of his own. Bomb now planted. It's guaranteed $600 for Kono. Preasy to try and get this round win. They're going to have to be crisp with their shots. Old Bandana swings out and finds them both. Beautiful shot onto Asilian. Him and Concisa double up to find all 5 of the kills, and Kono are actually taking the lead here. It's the first time since that 3-1 scoreline. Preasy going to be going for a full eco, going to allow Kono to stretch that lead. Full B-site stack for Preasy. Kono make a little bit of noise over towards A. They shift over towards the B-site. Preasy are actually stacked towards the back lines of B. Means they won't fall victim to a full execute. If the Molotovs come out, if they clear out all these close corners, they clear out default, clear out quad, clear out behind the white box and double. They won't be in a position to fall victim to it. Asilian may do so though. Just about gets away with his life for re-engaging. And now there's 4 players that swing. They try and catch the players off guard, but Kono all with their guns out. Paul Bandana going to mow down another triple kill for him. Up to 8. Now Preasy invests. Still a compromise on Becky, down to an MP9 to afford that kit and utility. Everyone else on M4s. Only 3A, 2B, mid, left open. Well placed HE. Just to give Asilian that vision, he can now use this elevated angle. See over the top, flash. Going to push him back. Kono, they accelerate up the ramp. Plenty of steps. Bowen. Now going to go for the boost and catches one player off before the flames flush them out. Well-timed smoke is going to keep Concisa at bay, but in fact, I think he's going to walk through this. Not just through the 1 smoke, but through the 2nd as well. He's going to catch Asilian in the side of the head, and it is successful. It's going to cause enough chaos. Equip and Jaboin, they push onto the ramp as a reaction, and they are going to find 3 for the price of 1, leaving Concisa 1 versus 3. They know that he pushed through that elevator smoke. He isolates Equip. Good read of his position. Sets himself up for the 1 versus 2. There's 40 seconds for him to play with, but he doesn't have the bomb on his back. Griller and Becky look to group. Concisa on just 10 points of health. He's going to go on this long rotation all the way in towards heaven. Don't think Becky expects this. No, he does. Turns around. Even with his knife out. But Concisa, well, I'll be honest, Concisa whiffs there. Got a player stood still, shifting into you, and he Shakes the spray around, can't quite land the headshot. Preasy, after a good A-hold, a beautiful reaction to push at the right time at the top of the ramp. Get themselves their first CT round. Keep Kono within arm's length. Thrown towards the bottom of the gap. Cillian blows open the smoke. For information. Reaction from Kono. Off the back of that, they accelerate. And catch Jaboan out in transition. Trying to move away from the sandbags. Doesn't want to be caught in that position. Equip. Locked in behind the pillar, but he's cleared. Spotted. Molotov flushes himself out. Does get one kill before going down. In the meantime, Kono have crept all the way out mid, and Cillian doesn't expect it. Paul Bandana's already round the corner. That's it, round done. Unless Griller and Becky can find unbelievable kills. There's the first. Bandana down through the smoke. 2 versus 3. Again, Griller is just committed over towards this B site. On top of danger, waiting for a lurk. I think as all 3 Kono players actually have this A site on lock. Right down towards heaven. So obviously going to commit this plant. Kono actually paranoid about the possibility that Griller pushed B and went on the flank, but not to be. Preasy don't have the greatest cash, so they elect to save.
Terrorists win.
Tactical timeout, Preasy discuss. Perhaps what they wanted to do with this round, or perhaps what adjustments they need to make for the following buy rounds. Either way, I think they're going to be eco around Griller and Becky's rifles. Okay, and the smoke brought up. Change up here. In fact, this is really well read from Preasy. After that timeout, Kono decided to change things up. They were successful over towards A and decide here, okay, let's try and be a little bit different. Head towards B. So that's where the 2 rifles lie in wait, but they both fall. Griller overstays his welcome after the first kill. And Becky gets decimated. Holding a little bit too wide an angle, leaving just these USPs to try and recover it. And that'll be made light work of. Preasy had the read, they had the setup, but they didn't execute the setup correctly. Like, Griller did enough with that first kill, but then he continues to spray, tries to go for a second. But in that situation, he's the player who can fall off. Becky is the one who is committed. Becky is the one who should be up next. Because as long as Griller stays alive, after getting that kill, then Kono can't clear Becky without still being concerned about Griller peeking on her timing. Because as soon as Becky takes contact, Griller can then peek again. And then perhaps you get 3 kills for the price of Becky. away Preasy. Due to saving the last. Celebrity invest. Util. Floyd. Lurk smoke up towards B. Molotov towards danger. Pushes Griller back. So flames dissipate. He pushes back in towards danger. Bit of support from Becky. Let's pull Bandana down low. In the meantime, over towards A. Equip is just going to be jump spotting. Drops the incendiary. A bit premature. In case there was a reaction, he's going to drop a smoke down towards the bottom of Gap. That gives Sicilian the space to hold Gap here. Concizer's just going to push on the way through. Does Sicilian check this? In fact, Concizer's going to fade the smoke. Sicilian is holding a gap towards the edge of this smoke. Oh, this could be dangerous over towards A. But over towards B, Chabowen with that AWP posted up. Picks off Ampster. Concizer does win the fight against Sicilian, but Kono are accelerating over towards B. There you go, Chabowen picks off the bomb. It's getting messy, 10 seconds left. They don't have the time to turn back around and go towards A. They had to commit towards B, but there's 3-player stack. The issues that plagued Kono over on Inferno now showing here on Vertigo. Ten to 8, Preasy got a relatively clean round. A couple kills from Concizer, does do some damage. Methodical util from Kono. Util thrown from the ladder. Helps them clear out Gap, and I'm going to attempt this boost. Chabowen going up first with the AWP. The Molotov's going to make things hard, flushes him out. He has to be forced away. Missed an HE from Concizer. The connection of these smokes, again, last time he found a kill pushing through the edge. This time you can see Sicilian anticipating it. Holding for the Concizer lurk. But this is all a ruse, a distraction. For Kono are shifting their efforts over towards B, where Griller gets the first. Concizer continues to be a nuisance on this lurk. Finds a headshot to equip. 4 on 4. So either side get a kill on either site. Concizer smoked off, but he's going to push in front of it. Chabowen, oh, turns away. Concizer's not overextending anyway. Kono are setting themselves up for this A site here. Sicilian holds a pixel angle towards elevator. Right, going to come on in, block his vision. Might have a gap around the edge of this. Concizer's cleared Gap. Flash for Chabowen, locked out behind the smoke. Bandana catches Sicilian. Not if he tried pushing through the smoke there. It's going to be trades in favour of Kono as the site is theirs. 2 versus 3. Griller and Becky. Might not attempt this retake. They're going to choose to save Kono up to an 11th. Concizer is being an ever-present threat for Preasy here on A. They're really struggling to deal with him. That round there, his job was literally just to be a lurk, to be a nuisance, to make it hard for Preasy to read what's going on. But he actually gets a kill. The opening kill of the round up on towards A, and as Kono were about to hit that B-bomb site, Concizer's kill gives them a possibility, because that B-bomb site would have been hard to crack. They already got killed by Griller in a forward position that buys space, early information, early warning sign for Preasy to rotate over towards B. But the one kill from Concizer compromises that for Preasy, and Kono get an out. They get a second option to commit towards A. Another tactical pause from Preasy. And again, they don't have the money to buy it. It's Grilla and Becky with the saved rifles once more. Last time Preasy had this exact style of investment, they made the right read, sent those 2 rifles towards B, and they had a good setup for it. They just didn't execute it correctly. But the difference is, will they be able to get a good read this time? Kono. No, they're just going to go towards A again. 1 rifle for Becky over towards B, 1 for Grilla. Triple boosted towards A. Preasy have to try and set up this boost silently without making too much noise. I think that's been a success. Grilla. It's a difficult spot. For those who aren't aware of the mechanics of CS, you can boost 2 players. Well, you can boost a player on top of your head, right? And they'll stand still. But a 3rd player, they will be sliding off unless they have a ledge to lean upon. But it's perfectly read from Kono. A beautiful flashbang, and Birria just demolishes Grilla on the top of the boost. Kinsizer up to his no good again. 2 kills for him. Becky now left in a 1 versus 4. Will catch Birria overextending. Kono full of energy, full of momentum. Aggression of the likes we've not seen from Kono. Very uncharacteristic from them. Trying to get themselves up onto map point. This would be one heck of an upset on Vertigo. Again, a map which Kono have a 4-map loss streak on. In the last 3 months, they played it 6 times and lost it 5. On the flip side, Preasy, this is their most picked map. Their win rate isn't amazing on it. This is only 33%, so it's actually still a negative win rate, but it's a map that Preasy like and a map that Kono don't. Preasy backs up against the wall now. This is a prime opportunity for them to close it in 2. But they've got to get 4 in a row just to take us to overtime. Again, it's a default hold from either side. Preasy, they take ramp control. HE blows open the smoke. Kono react off the back of the HE. They pop up the ramp, but they're met with resistance. But Kinsizer doesn't care. It's another multi-kill for him. He's up to 26. Grilla and Becky again left in a 2-on-3. A minute on the clock. Kinsizer with a very forward position. Just going to hold this smoke. In the meantime, pop it down an ramp stair. Sprint over towards B. They're going to cause a rotation out. But if anything, that rotation from the T's has pulled Preasy away from A and given Kinsizer space to search. This could get very, very messy for Kono if Preasy anticipate this. Somehow, I don't expect they will. There you go. Catches Grilla. Becky now on a 1 versus 3. Now his location known. 20 seconds left. Kono accelerate up towards B. Becky reads it wrong. Shifts away from the window now. Likely to be locked out here. Incendiary will stop the defuse coming in. 7 seconds. Another Molotov. Paul Bandana be... Ooh, just about able to commit the plant. But Amstair finishes off Becky. A 13-8 victory for Kono on the map of Vertigo. Very unlikely story there. But that will put them 1-1 in the series. We'll be going to the decider of Ancient next. A bit more of an even ground between these two teams. Again, this is elimination on the line in the lower bracket. We'll have that decider map up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to United21 Season 19. We've got the decider map of this best-of-3 series between Kono and Preasy. The stakes at play, it's an elimination game in the lower bracket round 1 of the playoffs. Loser of this very map gets eliminated. Starting things off with the knife round, obviously each side, or rather the winner of the knife round will get to choose the side. And I've seen Preasy do this exact knife round before on Ancient. It's a bait and switch, 2 players either side. One player takes contact, upstairs, going to wrap around. Kono, I think they might have done their research, anticipated this, but no, Bandana's been isolated. Beautiful. There's a cheeky knife round strat. If anyone at home wants to reproduce that one on Ancient, it's I tried doing it the other way, the other day, didn't quite work out. But Ancient, it is a map which in theory should be a bit more of an even ground between these two teams. You already traded map picks 1-1. Preasy stole Inferno and Kono stole Vertigo away. Both relatively close scorelines with individuals popping off. Jabone on the first, Concisa on the second. But Ancient is a map which both teams have a pretty even win rate on. 50% for Kono, 45% for Preasy. But Preasy have a 4-map loss streak. They're not in the greatest form. That being said, they also had a 4-map loss streak on Anubis. They've also got a 7-map loss streak on Mirage. Just overall, Preasy aren't in the greatest form recently. Starting off this pistol. Kono, start on that T side. Preasy choosing the CT after winning that knife round. Birria going to smoke, flash, and a Molotov smoke on Amstair. Quick reaction from Preasy. They try and pop down towards the slope, and Exilian with the Julies will find 2 kills, but that's also the bomb. Suddenly, Kono are in a world of trouble. As they were throwing a util towards B, the rest of the players were creeping out towards middle. Preasy choose not to hold on to the bomb. Let the time tick down, waiting for Kono to recover that, but they're going to recover it relatively quickly. 1-man advantage. Kono now look to commit towards this B bomb site. Good counter flash from Preasy. Soltovsky not blinded though. Concisa is going to be the one to find the kill. In fact, he's going to find 2. Cracks open this B bomb site, and Soltovsky running out of bullets eventually taps down a Cillian who I don't even know if he landed a single bullet onto Soltovsky. Griller now has to retake in the 1 versus 3. And Concisa dominates again. The last map, I believe he was on something like 26 kills. I'll double check exactly what he was on in a second. But a formidable round from him, just decimates that site. Okay, on Vertigo, Concisa finished 27 and 13. 2.01 rating. Matching the rating of Jabone's on Inferno, actually. 2.01. At the moment, it's Concisa's the one continuing that form. It's mid-stack for Preasy. Concisa will again mow down another 2, add some kills to the tally. Soltovsky doing the same. (2-0) start. Preasy now on the CT side. Get the rifles out early. Jabone with a glass cannon AWP. Very early investment from him. Forfeiting the Kevlar. Fortunately, Kono aren't working with any SMGs. Only 4 rifles for them. Pushed back in towards middle. Preasy not with the utility to actually block down towards elbow. In fact, I think they did have the smoke, but it's missed. Landed too deep. Gives Kono the space to peek behind it. Confirmed that there isn't a heavy mid-hold for Preasy. Instead, it's heavy towards Donut. Bowen posted with the AWP. Good for 1. It's going to fall back. Opening pick. It's actually 3 players now standing towards Donut. They're going to get aggressive after that pick. They see that there's no response in towards middle. There's no attempt to trade, no follow-up from Kono. So Preasy say, well, you've given up middle. We'll take that ground and we'll use that to aggress. Bandana seems aware that there's a possibility. They will get dinked down. Griller and Cillian fall back. They've said their piece. Now Kono set themselves up to finish on this B bomb site in the 4-on-5. It's full retake for Preasy. They do have 1 kit, a handful of grenades for this retake. They reside in Gorilla's hands, but he's all the way over towards B, so they might not be able to deny this bomb plant. Smokes gonna lock them out towards long and short. Insider looks to commit the bomb, but the boost over the top of the smoke gets him down low. It delays this bomb plant enough for Preasy to have more time to set themselves up for a retake. Eventually it is planted. And Gorilla gets over to the site in time. Cillian is going to kill Becky. Oh dear. Equip comes in, activates, Amstair falls towards the cubby. Insider now activates, but traded 1-for-1. One man advantage for Preasy. Time ticking. They still have a kit. The utility is now out of the hands. Biria and Paul Bandana activate. Leaves Jaboan with this glass cannon AWP. He's going to sprint away to save. That's if Biria lets him. Doesn't quite land the killing blow. But Kono, the ones to get the round win. Really unfortunate there from Preasy to, well, from Cillian to kill Becky. Becky already down low. Insider MVP. Man, he really looks like he's seen a ghost in that photo. Round number 4, Preasy's going to have to go for an eco, but they do have the sniper on Jaboan. Best in some Kevlar to back it up. Weapon could be enough to win the round. Aggression in towards the cave, but it's shut down. Kinsizer already up in the heavens. Peeks in from corner. Another multi-kill for him. He's up to 8. Bone with that warp just posted towards A. I think he's just going to save this. Unless Gorilla, Cillian can find the impact. Can crack this round open. Not going to be the case. The pistols of Preasy fail to puncture Kono's default. Instead, Jaboan's just going to look to save this AWP on a 1 versus 5, but Kinsizer is hunting. He's searching. When Jaboan turns around, right, Kinsizer is about to walk in towards CT. Catches the swing, Kinsizer makes a step. Now Kono, they've got plenty of cash. They want to accelerate. They want to remove this weapon from Jaboan's hands. The sharks start to circle in the water. Jaboan, shadow spotted, but a quick shot. Onto Paul Bandana. This is going to be difficult. He's slowly shifting his way towards A main. There you go. He walks into Sultovsky's crosshair. Doesn't expect Kono to have been so aggressive. So won't be able to save the AWP, but he's got enough cash to buy one anyway. 4-round loss bonus. Certainly would have helped Preasy's economy by saving that AWP. You know, that means Jaboan doesn't have to spend the full 5,750. Well, minus the 350, so 5,200. I've really done bad maths there. 5,400 in total. Jaboan reinvests. Now, Preasy haven't bought a kit. Again, on a map like Ancient, it's so retake heavy. Not necessarily because the T's can get the bomb plant so easily, but more so because retakes are viable on this map. It's not like Inferno, where as soon as you lose the site, you're saving. On Ancient, the CTs, if you lose a site, the retake is still probably on. Very easy sites to retake. But without a kit, it makes it a little bit harder. Gorilla, A anchor, just jiggling. Molotov in hand. As soon as he spots the Shadow Biria, he can drop that incendiary. Look, smoke deployed. Might buy some space for Kono to set up an execution. Biria now smoked off, deterred. The smoke. Is it enough for Kono to cancel their efforts towards A? In the meantime, Paul Bandana's lurk was dealt with by a quip over on B. Man advantage for Preasy. And Kono have burnt a lot of utility in an attempt to execute A. Sure, they baited out all of the utility from Preasy too. But Kona don't have any map control. 1-for-1 trade in towards middle. Equip falls. And Sizer just making presence in towards middle, trying to keep the attention of these Preasy players. But he goes down for free. No follow-up, no trade. Preasy will get curious off the back of that and push. 17 seconds. Kono don't fancy their chances in the 2-on-4. With no smokes, no utility to get a safe plan over towards A and no time to work over towards B. Kono's hesitant nature is showing a little bit there. Again, it's a characteristic that they have is they do not like to force their way into things. They wait until it's given. If it's not given, then they're kind of stuck in a sticky situation, right? The single smoke was enough for them to say, okay, we've been delayed enough. We got spotted early. Molotov slowed us down. Now we're smoked off. Let's cancel. But okay, then what? What's their plan B? They didn't have any map control to work with, nor utility to take that map control back. And again, the reason why these sites on Ancient are so easy to retake is because of how open they are. How exposed the bomb sites are to the extremities. Therefore, you need the util on that T side, not just to take map control, but just to get a plant down. Double peek comes in. Jabone misses a shot, down to 5 points of health. Gets away with his life. Or the HE's going to be enough. No, he survives. The flames don't spread. It's his own incendiary, but peeks into the angle. Furia punishes. Cillian, all the chaos, tries to offer his support, but it's equipped to find the trade, working his way in towards the cave. Furia now locked in Jaguar. Good, just holding heaven. Decent off angle. Hold for Sultovsky. Preasy have the read this round. Beautiful flash, sets up a quick, not just for one, but for two. Gives him the triple kill. Now Sultovsky and Beria are locked in towards cave. They don't have the bomb. 20 seconds to try and recover, and all three players for Preasy have cave in their sights. Beria forces his way out. Sultovsky's just going to pick up the AWP and I believe go for a save. Yeah, 10 seconds left. Sprint his way in towards mid. Preasy going to hear those steps falling away. I don't think... Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure they heard Sultovsky pick up the AWP, so they're not going to try and save that. They'll just have their 3 AKs. I mean, Jaboan might be missing a sniper. Actually, Becky can drop one over. Not even that, I believe someone else did. Equipped did. So, Preasy get their second. Boost over the smoke. Sultovsky looking for an opening. Not got any vision, the smoke. The volumetric rises in the air. Replenished as well. Sultovsky has to fall back. In this round, Kono kind of relying on that AWP to find them the openings. To take the duels against these rifled players. Cillian just chiseling pixel angle here. Could very easily be punished by the AWP as soon as he spots anyone. We'll drop that smoke. Preasy have the possibility to walk out in front of it, but Equip is in a prime position to react. The smoke isn't deep enough, and Sultovsky punishes Equip's overextension. A missed smoke from a Cillian. Very dodgy smoke, to be honest, there. Not sure what his intent was. 4-on-4. The weapon, fortunately, for Preasy is not in a position where Kono can pick it up. Becky holds an off angle, catches Paul Bandana to go for a trade, quick headshot. Make it 3, Soltovsky eventually shuts him down. He's going to find a triple kill here. Cillian is in a position to be isolated, but he holds strong. Beautiful 3-piece from Becky. Crisp, clean headshots. But Kono get away with 3 kills. That's some economic damage done to Preasy. That which they won't appreciate so much. They're still able to invest, but you can see that their bank accounts aren't the richest. Over on Kono, they're going to take a tactical timeout. They've lost, I believe that was 3 in a row. Going to be able to invest up here. Soltovsky going down to a Galil because he survived one of the lost rounds. Mid-control on the cast for Preasy. Griller up into the heavens very quick. Punishes Furia. Spray through the smoke, but that's when Amster and Paul Bandana react. They capitalise on Griller's attention focused towards heaven, and they take the 3-on-1 fight versus a Cillian. Blink and you miss it, suddenly everyone's dead. How did the player die at the back of the B site? Was that a wallbang? I'm not sure. Either way, Kono just collapse Preasy's defense. Preasy now having to invest with peanuts. 3 MP9s. Weapons which are obviously dangerous within their own rights. But nowhere near as versatile as M4s. Bone still has the AWP. Becky with the rifle. We don't have the utility to play the long game here, so they get aggressive. They use what few smokes they have to take map control, blocking the doors, and they get a free kill. Mid being held by Preasy, so it is taken by Kono, but it's a man advantage. Preasy funneled towards the A site, smoke towards CT. Extra rifle picked up as well by Cillian. The Molotov is good. Keep Griller at bay and even tags him, so that's confirmation of his location. One will get planted. But Griller's MP9 lands a double dink. Amster's going to be furious with that one. Molotov does keep Kono, or does keep Preasy out. Or locked in towards Temple for another 7 seconds. Eventually fades and now accelerate. Griller gets 1. But it's a quick flurry of frags for Kono. Preasy forced to retake through to Temple in a compromised position, exposed to donor, exposed to default, not enough pressure on the rest of the site. And Jabone is just going to sprint away and towards A main, try and get away with this sniper.
Terrorists win.
Will be a round win for Kono. Early Brolin Molly. Doesn't land perfectly, but to clip away. HE, try and soften up Jabone. He's in a great spot here. Spotted though by Soltovsky. The gap in the doors. AWP, perfect weapon to counter that play. Now Kono collapse on towards this B-bomb site. Sides are getting aggressive. It's up to 13 and 6. Started off this half very strong. Now he's hunting, looking to pad his stats. Will get traded. And Amster denies Becky, saving Jabone's AWP. T-side is looking formidable for Kono. Preasy are struggling to put up a fight. Again, I spoke in the pre-game about the two weaknesses for these two sides. Kono's was their T-side, and Preasy's was their CT, but we can see Kono have made the necessary adjustments. Preasy, not so much. Kono's was admittedly a lot more simple. It was just stop waiting the clock down, actually be active, be proactive, take map control, take the fights in a coordinated fashion rather than just sitting back. Whereas Preasy, it was easier said than done. Aggression, again, opening pick for Equip. Man advantage, but Kono accelerate to an empty A-bomb site. Smoke deep into the donut. Try and lock out Griller. He actually gets a second kill for his team. Equip smokes himself off. What the purpose of that was, and Concise and Amster are going to find 2 kills. In fact, he's actually going to lurk straight through the smoke. Equip, the play has actually worked out beautifully for 2 kills. Livy Concisa, 1 versus 3. Gorilla still holding the donut. Dispatches of him, and Preasy will get their 4th with 3 players surviving, most importantly. Beautiful play from Equip with that smoke. I was really confused as to what he was attempting there. But he actually managed to edge around the corner of the smoke and get 2 kills for his troubles. Especially considering 2 kills were given up by Preasy on that rotation. 1 in A main, 1 coming in through CT. Now that went from a 5v3 into a 3-on-3. Final round of the half. Preasy looking to try and get that magical 5th. Again, it's 3 towards B, 2 towards mid. They vacate a bomb site. Asilian close to the smoke, rewarded. Spam onto Soltovsky. Grilla punishes the counter spam. Concisa goes down and towards mid. Paul Bandana is going to find an opening. Stops Jabone's aggression down towards the slope. And he's actually just going to walk through into the heavens, and he walks right in front of Asilian. I thought it was the other way around for a second then. But no. Becky holds a tight angle, spots the shadow Paul Bandana. It's a free kill. It's a beautiful spot. Hard to counter, especially if you're just contacting in. Amster now left in a 1 versus 4. Becky shifting down the ramp, getting aggressive. Ready to play off his teammate's contact, and there you go. As soon as Quip spots him, Becky swings. Preasy will indeed get that 5th. Those last 2 rounds give them a leg to stand on. Swap over. Preasy now on the attacking side. And Equip and Becky both going to buy a smoke and a Molotov each. Now, I would not be surprised with this investment if we see a B-site execution, especially judging by the way these Preasy players are looking in T-spawn. Got their sights set towards B. 2 smokes can be dropped towards long and short. They can get that site for free. If they want, they can use one of the Molotovs to take out Cave, or they could save both of them. In fact, no, they're going to use both of them straight away. No, I eat my words, they've dropped them. Jabone, opening kill. Viria does find a trade and calls the smoke. Bomb planted. They've not used the Molotovs. They get out of dodge, they leave that site, and they look to fight towards the heavens to cancel out this retake. Or at least this prong of the retake Concisa. Left in an angle here. They've got a firing squad established. Swing comes out. The Julie's good for 1. Molotov comes out. Delays. Kono, I've identified exactly what's going on here. Trades 1 for 1. Jabone has got himself into the cave. A second Molotov. That's it. No kit for Kono. They simply can't get on the bomb in time. Jabone. A fine 3. Biria keeps his Kevlar. Triple kill of his own. Some extra cash in the bank. He could afford an M4 here, actually, if they wanted to go for a force because of that triple. Be missing a helmet. But yeah, there's a standard pistol round. We see that a lot from Preasy. 2 smokes towards long and short. B rush. Drop the 2 Molotovs to 1 player outside the B doors, because there's a lineup you can throw from that box outside those doors for the Molotov, which will land on the bomb. So Kono couldn't defuse unless they had a smoke. Kono identified this. They try and hunt them down towards the lane, but they struggle. Kono are going to be going for that second round break. Biria with that M4, but it's pulled by that as CZ. They land an instant double dink onto Becky. Not going to be happy with that one. Bit of a missed smoke. Going to land towards short and cave. Equip plant safely for long and slope. Man, 4 on 4. That was decent post plant here. Jabone just has to play very passive here. He's the only player on this side of the map. Utility deployed. He's going to be hunted down, and he's just going to tuck away, get out of there. He knows that he can waste so much time for Kono by staying alive here. Hey, from Kensizer is dirty. Head down behind the box. He's in some other level of form here. Biria's going to be able to get the smoke on the bomb, but Cillian stops him on the defuse, and that's it. There's not enough time. No kit in play for Kono. By the skin of their teeth, Preasy win the round, but all 5 players fall. All 10, in fact, as the bomb finds 2 victims. Scoreline tied, 7-7. That was so well played from Jabone there, because of the post plant where the bomb was planted for. It's planted for long control and slope. So those are the 2 parts of the map which Preasy ideally want to hold on to. Kono, on their retake, they went heavy towards the slope. That's the part of the map they wanted to take off of Preasy. So rather than fighting for it, Jabone on his own, he says that, okay, I'm on my own. I can't risk fighting here. I'll go down very quickly, and Kono will have a very successful retake if he falls. So he buys time, falls all the way back. And that time is probably the difference maker. They take so long searching for him. With the MP9 kills that Kensizer got, he's going to buy up another one. Looking to go for farm some stats. Kensizer's certainly feeling it right now, especially after Vertigo, but a lot of his stats, to be honest, are padded, right? He's hunting for kills, hunting for ecos. A lot of his kills are eco stats, and even here on this investment, right, it's a relatively selfish buy. He doesn't need to buy this. He can focus on the next round, but instead he's like, nah, I'll get an MP9, see if I can just get 1 or 2 kills. Add them to the tally, so my KD is kind of reserved. Mac 10 for equip, though, is going to farm his teammates. Preasy make their way towards Red Room. Going to hunt down these remaining Kono players. Hold on down the left with the Deagle. Knocked out by the smoke. Jabone is on his own here. If he could find a lucky headshot or catch Jabone mid-spray, he might be able to pick up an AK. But there you go, does find him. But now Jabone had some teammates in place to defend his fallen corpse. Prevent it from being looted. Now, a lot of damage done to Preasy. The first 2 rounds that they won, not a single player survived for them. So their economy isn't in the greatest shape. So Kono have an opportunity if they can find this first gun round. It's a 4th round buy for them. So it's healthy as far as utility is concerned. Beautiful flash, pull bandana. Domed, almost does get a kill whilst fully blinded there, and they do line up, but to wipe his eyes. One-man advantage for Preasy. They've also taken deep map control here towards Jaguar. Kono, their reaction uncontested towards mid. They're going to shift their way up and towards heavens. In the meantime, Jabone just fires an AWP shot in towards cave and finds Amster. Tries to flank Jabone's shoulder, spotted. Will be traded. Kensizer tries to go for the swing, but he's only good for 1. Just Biria left in towards heaven. Locked in. Preasy get their 9th, now stretching this lead. Their T side looking much more formidable than their CT. Stacking towards middle. Kono, a half investment with the extra loss bonus. Got some MP9s to work, well, just the one MP9 to work with, but not anymore. Equipped. Has unequipped that from Kinsizer. Equip takes space in towards red room. It's a deep position. Listen out for the rotations. Kono have to make this adjustment. 3 players in, but Soltovsky, a beautiful deagle shot. Perfect counter strafe in the middle of his swing. To be accurate, lands the shot through the wall. 4 on 4. That's a rifle picked up. Paul Bandana now has an AK. Little do Preasy know, but this B-bomb site is actually empty right now. It's just Firia, who's now been flushed away from his angle towards long, towards the back lines. Now locked out behind these smokes. Preasy with cave. Plants safely. Going to attempt to boost in this corner. Paul Banana not going to be able to see anything in the smoke. Not deep enough. Game vision over the top. Retake smoke deployed top of the slope. Preasy get in front of it. Looking to try and hold with their superior weapons. Bowen's just going to be dancing around the pillar with 2. 10th round for Preasy up into double digits. Preasy even taking a tactical pause here. Wanted to get ahead of the game, knowing that Kono will have a full investment. An important round, an important buy round. If Preasy win this, they can run away with the map. And therefore the series. Kono do have that full investment. Biria should buy up any moment. Even the AWP on Soltovsky. They don't right now have any kits. Biria should buy one. Okay, they're going to take a tactical pause of their own. Kono taking their time. They know just how important this is. Again, this is elimination for the loser of this map. Kono in a big deficit. They need this round. There you go, Biria buying the only kit. How did Kono approach this? So far, on Preasy's defaults, they've been fighting for cave and successfully taking that. Kono haven't had the strongest reactions to this cave aggression. Early B door smoke thrown from spawn. It's a 1-2-2 setup. Aggression in towards middle. They don't smoke off the bottom of mid because they look to take the fight and they're rewarded. Kinsoza moves equip. An advantage for Kono. They get that opening. Pixel angle hell from Biria. Drops a smoke. Tries to keep them at bay. Double HE going to soften Biria up very low. The health of these Kono players isn't the greatest, especially with Paul Bandana. The fact he completely falls to the flames. A free pick. He's going to call this rotation in from Soltovsky. Four on 4. After getting a pick towards B, Kono now work their way towards middle. They've already identified or figured out that mid has been vacated by the CTs. They're going to shift over as silently as possible to this weaker site. Flash in towards Donut. I think it might have been a missed flash. Well, they got fully blinded, just in case an AWP is holding there. The AWP is holding on towards A, and that's Kinsizer with this AWP. Well, no HP, he's going to pick off Becky. Re-peeks into the angle, but Jabone just holds for him. Kinsizer not the primary AWP, inexperienced, not expecting to be held there. Now 3-on-3. Kono do have that kit. What Beria bought it for. The utility's starting to dwindle. And they're splitting up. I do not like the attempt at this retake, coming in from 3 separate angles. But it's successful. Amster finds Griller. That's the thing with these retakes. They all hinge on those one-on-one fights. Time ticking down. Shadow spotted. Asilian just holds. Missed AWP shot. Gives Kono some room. They smoke the bomb. Jabone goes for the spam, but goes down, and Beria will stick it. They'll get the defuse. Kono by the skin of their teeth. With a second left. Get their 8th round. That's well played by Preasy, but the Kono retake just a little bit too strong. I think while fundamentally a retake is stronger if you group up and split up, at most have one lurker with the rest grouped up. That's sort of the cold zero principle of retakes. But you can see splitting up on all 3 players, that does have its advantages, right? You can cause a lot of chaos, you can attack that bomb site from all 3 points. Coming in for a surprise, especially on that A site of Ancient. When there's very few hiding places for the T's. Very few off angles. Now, 2-round deficit for Kono. Climbing back. Again, Preasy, they take cave control with 3 players. They shift their way in. Jabone holding for the swing with the AWP. Sizer. Trying to defend this. And Molotov going to flush him out towards long. Locks him in, but he mows 2 down. A whiffed spray. Barely takes any damage. Eventually is traded by Jabone. But still a man advantage for Kono. Jabone going to fall out of there. Relying on Quip's lurk here towards Red Room. Beria does look to be clearing it. And he gets himself tucked in towards the corner. It's a matter of patience here. If Beria moves. Okay, there we go. He's made the step. He gives in. Quip now hears him. Rotates in. Catches the shoulder, but spots the arm of Soltovsky, and it distracts him enough to win the fight. Griller removes Amstead. That's a flank coming in from the bottom of mid. They should know that that came from A main, meaning A likely clear. Quick rotation, though, from Beria. Gets his way in towards Temple. Can't quite deny the plant. Takes the 1 versus 1 fight. Now into the 2-on-2. And for some reason, the rest of the Kono players didn't rotate. They only rotated after Beria died, rather than when he already had the information that play had planted. Now a 2-on-2. And Preasy have a very strong post-plant here. Especially with Griller clearing out all of middle, now coming in towards A main. They can defend this bomb plant from 2 different points. Griller even with a Molotov to deny. Jabone's AWP, perfect spot to find one. No kit, no smoke in play. Soltovsky tries to defuse. On the edge, unexposed, but Jabone will pick him apart. Preasy with an 11th. A choked round there from Kono. 2 versus 4. 2 versus 4. Amstead doesn't need to activate on that flank. Doesn't need to. In the 2-on-4. Rotation isn't called out from Beria when he has the information that there's a player on the A site. He loses a 1-on-1 duel. That's exactly how man disadvantages are lost. If you're on that CT side, if ever you're playing in a face-it game, just think about it. If you're on that CT side, you've got a man advantage. The only way which the T's can win is if you give the T's 1-on-1 duels. If you don't, then you'll just trade out and you'll win. It's just the name of the game, trading. Now up on 11. Kono going to be going for a half investment here. Couple M4s, Kinsizer and Amster. Couple Deagles as well, Beer and Soltovsky, but Preasy, they set their sights towards A. It's an all-in play. Amster goes for the swing and mows down 2, and he's going to get away with it. Catches them with util in their hands, finds the first, plucks him out of the air. Amsterdam could have single-handedly won Kono this round here. But we've seen them lose man advantage situations before. Plenty of time for Preasy to work with this. The issue is they don't have much map control. If they turn away from A, they'll have to take a lot of time clearing out mid, clearing out B lane. For all they know, there could have been a player who at the start of the round as a reaction pushed down the B slope. Could be in T-spawn right now. They don't know. I'm going to wait out this smoke towards A. There's 3 players holding for this. Sides are holding an off angle towards Brokey, using the big box to cover. Entrance from A main. Asilian walks out mid, wins a 1 versus 1 fight. Again, this is what I'm talking about. 1v1 fights. That's how you win. Jeez. Molly dropped towards the back box. Flash. Kinsizer eats it, fully blinded. Does Thriller clear this angle? Oh, such a messy spray from Kinsizer. He shoots too soon. 3 on 3. This has suddenly been equalised. Preasy are actually going to be able to get a bomb plant here. We're 3 on 5. Locked out of 8. Now 3 on 3. Bone checking the flank. Walks straight into Soltovsky's Deagle. Again, Kono retaking from 3 different points of attack, and they isolate the fights. Bomb is planted for Donut. Both players late in wait here. Kono don't have any utility and they don't have a kit because this, at the end of the day, was a half buy for them with 2 hero M4s. Okay, they've picked up a smoke off of a corpse. Gonna get it on the bomb. It will be a 10-second stick. I've not tapped it just yet. Thriller goes for the swing. Good for 1. It's a 4-5-second stick, and Amster holds strong. He's going to collect a quad kill to secure that round. Preasy choosing to take the fights, knowing there's a 10-second defuse. Taking the fights on the riflers, not on the bomb. And that's a huge round to win because of the economy for Preasy. 11 to 9. Kono only have a 2-round deficit, but Preasy, they can't really defend this deficit right here on round 21. They can't defend their lead. Or at least all they have to defend it is a couple of deagles. A handful of flashes. Attempt at a deep HE. Doesn't quite land as deep as Kinsizer perhaps hoped, but nice attempt. The swing comes out towards mid, and there's 3 players lying in wait. Firing squad. Kinsizer hungry for more eco kills. Padding his stats again. It's a quad kill against pistols. Kind of does taint the heavy fragging he's on right now. Again, he had a 2.01 rating on Vertigo. Top of the score award with 26 or 27 kills. Right now he's on 27, but again, a lot of them are on ecos. A lot. And the scoreline is still 11 to 10, so it's not as much as a carry as it looks. Aggressive in towards middle. Preasy, they invest. Sizer. Underneath the Xbox. Thinks better of reaggressing. Again, Preasy have taken cave, this time with only 1 player doing so. They've identified that Kono aren't successful, or aren't really trying to contest them in Jaguar. Preasy work their way in towards mid. Util to the back of Donut. Kono have a firing squad ready to activate here, and they're just going to mop them down as the window smoke fades. There's 2 in towards window, 2 in towards Donut. Becky, desperate reaction, sprints up the ramp, and Kono tie up the scoreline 11-11, and the full buy for Preasy does not land the results that they perhaps hoped. Preasy take another tactical pause. They've got to choose. Do they play to win the next 2 rounds, or do they play for overtime? Do they forfeit here on round 23? And put all their chips on round 24? It's going to be the latter. An eco. 3-round loss bonus. Be able to buy next round. Try and take us to overtime. For now on round 23, they'll see what they can work with here. Cave control taken. Again, uncontested. They know Kono haven't been fighting this part of the map. They're actually going to get this B site for free. They jump in. They look to take the fight. Script only with a Glock. Can't find it successfully. Kono, they anchor down. Bolster the back lines here towards B, and the utility will just mop up its Sicilian. Finished off by Soltovsky. Kono will get themselves onto map, match, and series point. Preasy with the bomb plant. That extra $600 will help them out financially. Jabone will be able to get an AWP out if he chooses. But no, he's going to go for an AK. Full utility. 5 AKs. 20 grenades. One round. The one round which Preasy saved for to try and invest right here. To try and take us to overtime. Kono finding their form late in this half on the CT side thanks to a hero play from Amster. Skinsizer with another opening. The HE will remove the Cillian. Man advantage. Make it 2. Soltovsky's AWP. Finishes off Jabone and missed Molotov as well. Preasy now in a 3 versus 5. We have seen them recover these kinds of rounds before, but hopefully Kono will have learnt from their mistakes. I'm not going to give these 1v1 fights. Skinsizer spots equip in towards middle. Continues to jump spot for information. Locked now in front of this Molotov. Fully blinded. Crip can isolate this 1 versus 1 fight. Caesar goes for the pre-fire, but it's not successful. Fortunately, Soltovsky has come in for that trade. That's what matters. Advantage maintained for Kono here. Now it's just Griller and Becky. Becky lands a dirty headshot onto Biria. They do have the B site now. A 2 versus 3. They can get this bomb planted. Kono have to try and retake. They've got 3 kits and a smoke. So retake more than possible. Griller and Becky might look to try and thin the herd. Take some fights first. They themselves don't have any util to keep Kono at bay or even keep Kono off of the bomb. Smoke burnt towards cave. Another one picked up. Soltovsky has one now on his belt. Becky. In fact, Griller, good for 1. Paul Badana spots out Becky. Managed to get into the corner. Takes down Paul Badana, but there's simply time on the board. That's it. Becky's done it. The 1 versus 2 clutch and Preasy are going to be taking us to overtime. Another 3 versus 5 lost for Kono on their CT side. A 1 versus 1 fight given, which allows Becky to get 1 kill. Sure, it's traded. Advantage maintained. Should still be fine then for Kono. But they play retake B. And Biria gets domed. 2 versus 3. The retake comes in. Kono then trade down into 2-on-1. There's simply not enough time on that bomb. Perfectly played from Becky. As soon as he's spotted, gets himself into that corner where he can control the fights and spot the bomb. He can then isolate the diffuser, takes him down. It's then a 1 versus 1, and then he just tucks. He plays the time. He knows that the only way Amster wins that round is if he kills Becky in time, which is simply not possible. As I said, this map should be evenly matched between these two teams. Again, the fragging is relatively even across the server, with the exception of Conciso, who's obviously stats heavily inflated by the amount of eco frags he's gotten. I think at least half of them are eco kills. He's gotten at least 2, 3, 4Ks against pistols. So heavily inflated. Overtime commences. The economy now no longer an issue. Now no longer a variable that these teams have to concern themselves with. Overtime starting with $16,000 per player. 3 rounds per half. First to 16 rounds won. Towards the top shelf. Sizer again, another HE opening kill. Amstead pivots around. It's another 2 kills in quick succession at the start of the CT side for Kono. Preasy have to try and battle back from another 2-man disadvantage. Jabone with the AWP, the kills. Gorilla walks up first. Jabone can't trade with an AWP. Soltovsky will. Kono get the first round in overtime. Preasy. This time their default heavier towards mid. They flash a quip out but fully blinded. Counter flashes come out from Kono. They themselves play to block with 3 players in towards mid. It's successful. Birria does fall. Tries to contest for cave, something which again Kono have really not been able to do this game. Fortunately, Paul Bandana pulls the advantage back into a 2-man Kono. Becky though is fighting hard. Finding a triple kill. Becky will have to ace it to win this round. A 1 versus 2. Now there's 2 bomb sites to work with. CTs have 2 players to defend them. No, they don't want to risk splitting up, allowing Becky to isolate some more fights. So they're going to play together, but they're going to play proactive. They're not just going to stack B, they're going to push B. They're going to clear out the lane. And that means they have early information if it is B, a possibility of a flank towards cave. But it also means they have a faster rotation towards A once Becky plants. The fact that Becky hasn't planted over towards B does signify that he hasn't flanked cave. In fact, 36 seconds. I'm not sure if he's going to flank A. No, he's going to flank B. This could be the perfect call. Soltovsky's coming in for the red room though. Ooh, 20 seconds. Becky doubts. Turns back. Molly well timed. Soltovsky's just going to sprint through. A little bit early on that Molly. Maybe Soltovsky doesn't sprint. Becky can't set himself up for the clutch. Kono up onto 14. Final round of the half. Preasy used their 1 tactical pause that they have per overtime. So the rules since moving on to CS2 with overtimes is that once you move into overtime, you now lose all your previous tactical pauses and you only get 1 per overtime. A lot of teams do forget to use them in the overtimes, and especially if they've already ran out in regulation, but Preasy get an extra 1 here. Right now, Kono have really sussed out this T-side default, locking them down in towards mid. Again, Sizer looks to try and lock them at elbow. the space, tries to work his way towards heaven, and there you go. Wallbang catches Becky. Concisa finding the necessary impact again. Another opening kill. Well, yes, his stats are inflated, padded by ecos. He's certainly found the impact on the few kills he has with rifles. Man advantage again for Kono. They're still being proactive. They're not happy with this 5 versus 4. With the lack of information. Because they're passive towards B, they decide to gamble, rotate. A 2-2 split in towards mid. 2 towards red rim, 2 towards donut, and it's perfect. The perfect counter from Kono. They catch Preasy out in the middle of middle. Leaving a quip. 1 versus 5. Finds Concisa, but the bomb not in his hands. Shot from Soltovsky. Molly is going to push him back. $20 to be held. A double stack in towards mid. Tries to bait out the shot. But Biri will land the headshot. A clean 3-0 in the first half of overtime for Kono. They now only need to win 1 T round to eliminate Preasy from United21. Ball bandana did disconnect during that round. Hopefully not too serious an issue. Hopefully Paul Banana will rejoin the server momentarily. Especially considering we could just be 1 round away from closing out this map. And he's back. A little bit of an extended half-time pause. As Paul Bandana rejoins, which means both teams can have that little bit of extra time to discuss how they want to approach the round, how they want to set themselves up. Can't help but feel as well, it was Amsterd's 4K with that Hero M4 that kind of brought Kono up to map point. Without that round, Preasy would have had this game over with already. Single hero play could be pinpointed as to what wins this map for Kono and wins this series. Early mid control for Kono. Preasy. Backing towards A. Only 2 players towards B. Whip pushed back out of cave, and Becky takes damage as they fall. They retreat to a retake setup. Lurk smoke. In fact, no, that's supposed to be a smoke towards the top of the ramp. It's missed. Turned into a lurk smoke. Full bandana. Preasy try and get reactive in towards mid, try and retake mid control, but Concisa in the perfect spot. Finds the opening kill. Amsterdam punishes Asilian. That's both players falling in towards middle. Paul Bandana tried to capitalise on the chaos and react towards B, but goes down. Becky's rotation or repositions, should I say, falls to Sultovski's AWP. 4-on-2 Preasy. Just 2 deaths away from elimination. Bomb planted. Jabone and Equip have to retake. They've got 2 kits, 1 incendiary. 4 players to deal with. They walk in towards short. Nice headshot from Equip to finish off Sultovski. Drops to the M4, but gets caught in the perfect swing, and that's when they double swing towards long. Kono are going to take Ancient 16-12, and therefore take this entire best of 3 2-1. They move on in the lower bracket. Preasy are eliminated, and I can't help but pin that all down to the 4K from Amster with that M4 on that CT side, pushing into A main, getting a double kill and closing that round out with a double kill as well. That was a difference maker. If they do not win that round, Preasy, I have no doubt, run away with things, and they would see themselves going further on into the tournament. But at the end of the day, Preasy, they made it this far, having only beaten Viperio twice. Commiserations to them, and congratulations to Kono. That's that game done, but we've got one more coming up later, and that is Apogee versus Unity. Stick around for that one. That'll be a short, certified another banger up in 12 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to United21 Season 19. We're in the lower bracket here for the playoffs. We've already just seen Preasy narrowly eliminated by Kono. But up next, we've got Apogee versus Team Unity. Again, another lower bracket, round one game, elimination on the line. Both of these two teams want to get some victories on HLTV, grind up those rankings. And to do that, they've got to start here. Now, looking at the history of these two teams in the actual group stages, Apogee themselves came second in the group stage of Group A to Kono. Then over in Group B, Unity, they also came second to LNG. They themselves beat Illuminar and Astralis to make it this far. In the playoffs, both of them fell victim to some stronger teams. Apogee falling to Navi Junior, which was an incredibly close game. We had 13-11s, and then there was a 16-14 on the decider map. Unity, on the other hand, they fell to a stronger X-Enterprise in a bit of a rivalry between those two teams. But that's what brings them here. Now, we'll have a look at the quick veto between these two teams, what we're going to expect to see from them on the maps. We can see Anubis and Nuke banned out again, makes sense. Vertigo, Mirage picked, and then Ancient Inferno removed, leaving a Dust 2 decider. Now, what's most interesting about this is for Apogee, I'm pretty sure Dust 2 is normally their first ban. They've got a 20% first ban rate, and then on Vertigo for Unity, they also have a 5% first ban rate. So we're playing maps which are uncomfortable for these two teams, with the exception of Mirage for Unity. That's a comfortable one for them. So it means that we might not be seeing the highest level of Counter-Strike from these two teams, which means we'll be in for scrappy games, and scrappy games are often more likely the more entertaining ones. So we'll be seeing a back and forth, lots of mistakes made, lots of individual plays, and that's, at the end of the day, what provides the most exciting Counter-Strike for us. Just looking further deeper into the stats, most of these maps, they haven't been played too much by either of these two teams, but then again, they haven't played that many HLTV games in the last 3 months. The most played is Dust 2 for Unity, and that's 7 times out of the 3 maps that is in this veto, to be precise, but they've only got a 29% win rate. I mean, looking at the win rates at all for these 3 maps, they're all sub 50%. So when looking at maps which neither team are comfortable on, if teams are uncomfortable, that leads to gaps, that leads to holes, and it means that whichever team is going to be able to capitalize on their opponent's mistakes the best, likely going to be the victor here. And again, just a reminder of what's at stake. It's an elimination game in the lower bracket of United21. Loser goes home. The winner moves on to the lower semi-finals, where they'll be facing a team from the upper bracket. So again, it's a steep hill to climb for either of these two teams in the tournament. Both of them second place teams in their group, so we wouldn't be surprised to see them see either one of them in this stage, but I'm pretty sure both of them hoping to make their way in a deep run. We're going to be kicking things off soon with the first map, which will be, again, hopefully a quick banger there here of Vertigo. We saw this earlier today. Vertigo, a map which a lot of teams, since they made the changes before the player break, a lot of teams just chose to avoid this map, not really wanting to sort of be the guinea pigs, be the test subjects for the changes. They wanted to wait to see for another team to establish the meta, figure out how the map works, so they can just simply copy them. It's the much more efficient thing to do, especially here in Tier 2. Apogee going to be starting on the pistol round on the T side. 3 towards B, 2 towards mid. Smoking a couple flashes invested. Shoulder spotted for Bloggis. It's just going to be a quick pre-fire for him. Virtuoso eliminated. Virtuoso couldn't quite tuck into that corner with his teammate blocking him. The flashes come through, and Clocky's going to find one, but Levi doesn't get cleared. He finds 2. Swizz and Polo bring it back into the 2-on-2. Swizz trying to activate on this flank, but will be body shot down by Mikey. 1-0 start for Unity. Mikey, probably the player to watch for Unity. The last game we saw them, I believe it was yesterday, in the upper bracket against X-Enterprise. Their style of play doesn't have much depth to it. It relies quite heavily on setting up Mikey for lurks. Setting him up, almost blame F style really, to go for those flanks, find the timing, shifting through smokes. It's that real X factor that can create the chaos for Team Unity to succeed, but if it doesn't go right, they don't have much to fall back on. And a lot of his plays are high risk. Unity, though, deny a first round bomb plant, so they're up against just pistols here. K1 fire that overextends. And he goes 1 for 1. Fortunately, Levi going to hold strong from default. Deploy to the bottom of the stairs. Should keep Unity at bay. Managed to boost Polo up, but Levi's just hungry for the frags here, looking to find his players. Catches Polo jumping up, searching for the 4K. Virtuoso, I think he's just going to fade the smoke, but he's going to be met with a little firing squad here. There we go. Levi anticipates it. Will be a 4K. Farming some stats. Now we see the rifles come out for Apogee. Again, this is Apogee's map pick. A map that Unity don't play all too often. Bit of a punish perhaps, but Unity so far. Good start, 2-0. But Polo and Prism just going to waltz in towards middle. They find Vloggers, catch off the rotation. This is a lot of aggression. Team Unity weren't ready for this. They now react, trying to collapse on towards this B-bomb site. K1 Fighter, the lone defender, dancing around quad. But only good for one before falling. Mikey, with an output at MP9. Looking to rotate in. Has managed to slip behind the generator in front of the smoke. The flash allows him to finish off Prism. HG tries to soften up Swizz. Swizz will get the better of him, leaving Petch in a 1 versus 2. Good utility to flush Swizz into his crosshair. 1 versus 1. Petch with the AK only needs to land 1 bullet to Clocku. Smoke to block vision. Ollie behind it. Clocku on top of double. Risky peek over the top. Mid jump, but will win the fight. Apogee get the first on the board. Now, we saw this in the last couple of Vertigo games we've watched here on United21. A lot of teams are favouring almost 3-8-2B. It's something which Preasy did almost exclusively at the start of rounds and especially at the start of halves. Focusing on taking control of the B stairs and ramp and neglecting middle. But first round, first gun round, Apogee, they just walk in, 2 players. Take the trades, take the gunfights together. Unity going to be forcing up with what little they have. Looking to try and maintain control and maintain a lead. 3M4s, it's aggression towards the ramp, and Petchin's just going to spray 3 down. Beautiful observing to catch that. Just lines them all up. Perfect transfer. Clocku and Virtuoso have a minute 30 to work in a 2 versus 5. The only saving grace for them is that their teammates died in positions where Team Unity can't easily loot the bodies. Oh, he's going to get aggressive. The jump spot. Caught in the wound. Virtuoso. Now left. Vloggers and Petchin mop up the ramp. Apogee failed to tie consecutive rounds together. They're working now with just pistols. Pretty much a hero deagle on Virtuoso. Mikey a well-timed HE, but caught fully blinded by the flash, and the Glocks are going to find 2 kills. Mikey and Petchin overwhelmed, not a single kill between them. They fall to just the Glocks, not even the Deagle or Virtuoso. Now, 2-man advantage. They managed to retrieve one of the rifles. Apogee just need to try and trade out here. Levi getting aggressive. Spots out Clocku. In the meantime, Polo with the AK puts it to good use. 2 versus 4. Apogee now falling back, falling away. Vloggers doesn't check Polo's position, tucked underneath the sandbag, underneath the metal grid. Leaves Levi 1 versus 4, and Apogee know Levi was last spotted. here towards A, as he was the one who got the only kill on Dekloku here at Sandbags. And Apogee about to win the round, and they've still only got 1 AK in hand and 2 Glocks. Levi just going to save. Catches the right timing to swing, peeking to Swizz. Polo already hunting, and he will remove him. A triple kill from Polo with that AK. She even pick up the rifles. So, an impressive round from Apogee, but an absolute blunder from Team Unity. Unity now working with 5.7s. K1 Fighter not working at all. Virtuoso moves his head. Relatively split default here. Apogee just working their util advantage over towards B, but an unnecessary peek there from Swizz. Solo fight up in towards the scaffolding, towards Gap with an AK. Takes a 1 versus 2 engagement and gives up the rifle to Petchin. Petchin's able to do some more damage with it. He finds a second kill. Team Unity. This round is falling apart for Apogee. I mentioned this would look sloppy for both teams. We see a lot of mistakes coming out, but not losing to Pistols levels of mistakes. Mikey. Now a 2-on-2. HE will finish him off. Fortunate for Apogee. Petchin. A 1 versus 2. Does have Kevlar. Does have a smoke, but no kit. And the time already ticking. Spotted. I'll try and unpick this setup. The smoke might help him do so. But no. Virtuoso lands a deagle shot of all things. But that does sketchy, right? Apogee are working against 5.7s and Kevlar. And it goes down to a 2-on-2. So from a 5 versus 5, or you have 5 rifles versus 5 pistols, it goes down to a 2 versus 2 with 2 AKs versus 2 AKs. Should not be happening. Apogee giving up too many frags there. The first being Swizz, not needing to give up that AK. That AK gets another one. Sure, you can forgive dying to Petchin, but then another kill, walking dry into the Deagle and Mikey. Fortunately for Apogee, Team Unity invested way too much in the last round. Buying those 5.7s, buying that Kevlar, it's something we saw them do yesterday as well. Look at this investment for Team Unity for a full buy. Sure, they've got a naught, but it's glass cannon, no utility. Levi's on a Famous. They've got next to no grenades to actually hold off the map control. To keep Apogee at bay for the full 1 minute 30 left. 1 minute 20 at this point. Only 2 smokes. Fortunately for them, they have managed to take map control towards A. Mikey has that information. He's in a deep spot. Can hold that. And allow Unity to stack lean towards B with the right number of players. The Execute is going to come on in. There's very little counter utility for Unity. Levi gets aggressive, but it's 1-for-1. And 1-for-1 is all Apogee need when they already have the advantage. And there you go. It's another 1-for-1. Man advantage maintained. 3-for-2. Again, another 1-for-1 trade. Now a 2-for-1. Mikey left to try and clutch it. Gives away his location with that HE. No kit. No utility left to isolate these fights. 26 seconds. Mikey just going to elect to save.
Terrorists win.
Again, Unity simply didn't have the utility. It's my fault there is with the investment they made with the pistols, buying all those 5.7s, buying all that Kevlar. their buy round, now they didn't have enough to keep Apogee at bay, to stop the execute. They already lost the opening pick, and then they didn't have the grenades to stop an execute. Apogee just could then simply use their utility to isolate the fights and trade out. Job done. Now, Unity have lost bonus built up a little bit more. They can perhaps afford to buy... I say perhaps afford to buy a bit more, but... Levi, K1 Fire, they're investing perhaps a little bit too much. Do the maths, 2,900. That's the 1,600 they work with. That only leaves about 4,500. You'll get a buy, but again, you're going to be missing utility. Boost. Plays out for Prism, and a beautiful shot onto towards Petchin as well. 2 for 1. Apogee successfully avoiding Mikey's saved M4, which still resides over towards A. Apogee don't look to be relenting any pressure right now. The man advantage, the util advantage, the weaponry advantage. They just shift over, keep it simple. I think they will execute on towards this B-bomb site once more, where only Levi lies to defend. With nothing but a deagle. Utility clears out the site. And Alswiz to isolate Levi. Virtuoso's flank comes in. It's just Mikey now in a 1 versus 3. He already activated and caught one player coming in on this flank towards B. And Virtuoso is just going to sprint to hunt. Mikey looking to pad his stat. There's nothing to go for here. He's in a 1 versus 3. He's going to get an extra kill, and now he's going to turn away. So all he's looking to do is pad his stats, because economic damage isn't really something that Unity should be wanting right now, or considering, because Apogee are in a great spot. Virtuoso does find Mikey, back him down low, and we'll finish him off. Mikey, I don't know why he stuck around. Risking that M4, your economy is what you need to preserve. Trying to do some damage to Apogee, but Virtuoso's on 10k. Preserving CT economy should almost always come above damaging T economy, simply because of how fragile it is for the CTs. We will get that investment. Levi getting a kill on the Deagle gives him some extra cash to afford some more utility. Logis again, it's glass cannon AWP. Why is it a glass cannon AWP 2 buy rounds in a row? I can excuse it the first time, but the second time you've bought too much on your eco. Not a single kit in play either for Unity. The last couple of rounds, they've been trying to retake the B-bomb site. Already, 1 minute 20 on the clock, and what little util they have has dwindled. Just 2 smokes, 2 incendiaries. That's all they have to block to keep Apogee out of these sites for a whole minute. Incendiaries last 5 seconds each, at least on the CT side. Smokes last 20 seconds. Do the maths. Simply doesn't work, and especially losing an advantage. Make that 2 as K1 Fighter fails to trade. Virtuoso just sits and holds for that aggression. They walk into his crosshair. It's a solo fight from Clocku. Risk, considering the man advantage that Apogee had, unnecessary. But he wins it anyway. Blogis, no Kevlar falls. Again, it's Mikey in a 1 versus 5. Again, it's Mikey in a saving spot to try and pad his stats. And he gets an extra 1. But he will be traded. Triple boost. Comes out for Unity to go for the half investment again. Mikey's invested a lot. He's gone down to an M4. It reeks of a high fragging player who's just looking to pad his stats and maintain his position as the fragger in the team. Buying up that M4, seeing if he can win the round himself. I may eat my words, he may still be able to win it. Gonna be the HE stack from Apogee. Methodical, a 1-3-1, using that AWP. Virtus Pro-esque, something which Jane popularised with that 1-3-1 default on Vertigo. Using it to boost, clear up the angles in mid. As soon as they spot a player, they chuck the HEs, they land a little bit too deep as Levi doesn't fall back. This 3-man boost gives a very elevated angle and will be cleared. In fact, no, he won't be cleared. Swizz finds the flag. 1-man advantage for Unity. HE a lot of damage. Petchin's in fact found a second kill with the MP9. Make it a third. Beautiful swing. Eventually he's dispatched off. Virtuoso. Now looking to recover this round. There's only 15 seconds left. Apogee have 4 players to dispatch of. They've done a decent job. Clocku finding 2, but Mikey and K1 find the trade. Team Unity will win the round off the back of just a single MP9. Wasn't all they invested, but that's really the weapon that won it for them. Unity perhaps making the scoreline a little bit closer than it should be. Apogee giving away a few too many fights. Not being quite as thorough as they'd have hoped. Unity, they take map control towards B. Again, Apogee found a lot of success most of this half with their B site executes. This time, Team Unity looked to stop them by taking the ground from which they would execute from. A smoke towards the top of the stairs. Should... Oh no, I think Clocky spotted him. Yes, he has. Oh, I was about to say the smoke at the top of the stairs. The whole point of that was to bait Apogee into thinking that Unity didn't have a play on the stairs and that they were playing to block on the site. But if anything, it gives them cover to hard clear Levi out, and they go for the quad swing. Bloggis overwhelmed. 4 versus 3. K1 Fighter looking to try and find a couple frags here. Space warp by this smoke on towards default. Gives him some cover. He's actually going to be the one to find the kill. Prism eventually dispatches on Fighter. And blink and you miss it. The last 2 players fall as well. Apogee guaranteed themselves a lead at the half with 7. 1 round left. Unity CT side. They have to go for this force bite. Bloggis, the primary AWPer, going for an MP9 in utility. He's not had much success with that weapon, so instead Mikey, quote-unquote star player, going for the AWP himself instead. Betting on his own confidence, perhaps a little bit of tilt setting in for Unity, or maybe a lack of care. Petchin falls, a wide swing, they catch him. Catch a glimpse of him over the top of the smoke and he just gets spammed down. Bloggis upgrades to the M4. 5 versus 4, 1-man advantage for Apogee. And they just maintain groups. Man advantage, the only way they lose is if they don't trade. They've already identified it's heavy towards 8 by killing Petchin. And they're just going to group up towards B, which currently Levi doesn't actually have him from the stairs. He's playing solo to hold here. Utility comes through. Molotovs the flashes. Levi fully blinded. Caught in between default. K1 Fighter drops a smoke to give him some room to work with. In the meantime, his teammate has fallen and he's dispatched off over the top of the smoke. Even Mikey and Bloggis to retake in a 2 versus 5. Mikey again, one of the last players alive. Bloggis coming on the flank, almost certainly. He's been spotted here. Prism in an off angle. Spots the legs and will win the fight. Meantime, Mikey does nothing with the AWP. Logis looking to retake 1 versus 4. There's simply no time. Round's over. There's kills. And what's more disappointing about that round, and again, I don't want to be bagging on Mikey here, but he buys that AWP over Blogis. Instead of giving that AWP to his primary AWPer, he keeps it for himself, but he does nothing with it. It's not like he's anchoring down the B-bomb site as a secondary AWPer. He's taken it over his primary and he's not used it to get an opening pick. He's still playing passive. He's still not finding any impact in the early rounds. Waiting for his teammates to get the information and die first. Lack of cohesion from Team Unity gives Apogee a strong 8-4 half on their map picker Vertigo. Swap over. Apogee now get to defend with this 4-round advantage. Unity got to make a comeback on the T side of Vertigo. It's a 5-man shift for Unity towards the bottom of the ramp. They have a smoke and a Molotov. Apogee takes the top of the mini ramp. Polo jump spotting. Spots out the Unity players and they barrel up towards the ramp. Unity, well, the Apogee fall back. They passive. Smoke towards the elevator. Molotov towards the side. It's a crossfire held. Polo, fully blind, has found his second frag. Somehow he's fallen back. Eventually Petchin finds an equalising frag. 3-on-3 as Levi commits this bomb plant. There's a flank coming in. Clocku with the Julies, catches back turned of Levi and even spots the location of Petchin. Well, dispatch of him. Mikey left in a 1 versus 2. Wasn't holding the flank and now he's got to try and clutch it up. Lands a dink. Both these players are just 1 point of health. He's going to turn back. There's no kit in play. He will finish him off. Clocku goes to the swing and lands the perfect headshot. The much needed one. Mikey won't be getting the 1 versus 3 clutch. Instead, Apogee continue their form for a beautiful flank from Clocku. Closes out the retake. Ramp control for Apogee. Team Unity. They go for an eco, but Mikey, he's bought on a Galil. He's forced up himself. Says, yeah, I'm a hero. I'll win this round myself. But he's done nothing so far. His teammates have died whilst he's still yet to get involved in the action. Instead, being boosted up by Levi. Step heard. Virtuoso's certainly going to hear this. Just holds the off angle with the MP9. He's going to mow them both down. And Mikey does nothing yet again. Even Blogis 1 versus 5. Has managed to find his way to creep in towards danger. That's all. Not a single kill for Unity. Double digits for Apogee, and now Unity buy up, and this is why the mentality, the decision making from Mikey sort of gets under my skin, because he's fancied himself the hero there. Said, look, I can get a hero rifle. I can be the one to win us this round. Simply because I've got a rifle. I don't care that you guys don't. If I've got one, we could win. But then they go into the investment, the first buy round, and he doesn't have one. He thinks that they'd be better off winning a 1 versus 5 with him having the rifle than a 4 versus 5 without him having one. Petchin, though, will find the opening. A man advantage now for Unity. Now, in defence of Mikey's decision after I've just bagged on him, is that's all it takes is Petchin to get that opening. And if Mikey can pick up that rifle, then it doesn't matter. That buy of that Galil won't be so detrimental. At the moment, though, Mikey is lurking in towards mid, so he's not in a position to try and recover this. RPG look to fade the smoke, and they're rewarded. They catch Petchin, the lone player. Means now Unity have to accelerate towards B, but Clocku plays retake, drops the incendiary, should delay the plant. He should know that Mikey is in towards mid. He spotted where that smoke came from. Flash comes in over towards generator. Clocku is actually fully blinded, so he can't make use the fact that everyone else is blind. Mikey's lurk dealt with. Levi and Bloggers are going to find a couple kills. There's a lot of damage done to this Unity side. Very low HP on Vida and Bloggis. Virtuoso's going to find him. 1 versus 1 now. He knows Bloggis pinned with the AWP towards the white box and drop a smoke on the bomb. Has a kit. Missed shot from Bloggis. It's going to be the 1 versus 3 for Virtuoso. The ace as well. Get the 11th for Apogee. Team Unity just not playing the crossfires, giving up a few too many fights. I don't know, can't remember who it was towards double. But realistically, that player going down gives Virtuoso that opportunity. If he just stays alive, just tucks behind double, then we could see the possibility. But 11-4. Bomb plant does mean Unity can invest. Got full round loss bonus. Plus a plant. You can get Galils and a couple AKs out. And we're going for an early contact in towards middle. Polo has it held with the AWP. Fider goes down. Mikey doesn't fancy his chances trading. Meantime, Clocku's dispatched of Levi over on the B lurk. Mikey's still walking in this time. He uses some util to assist him. He's found an edge over the top of the smoke and will punish Prism for the wild spam. Looking to sow some seeds of chaos. He has the attention of all 4 Apogee players here, actually. Shadow spotted. Polo walking in, but he'll land the shot. Bloggis, though, activates. The amount of space that Mikey brought there gives Unity that room to take the A side. The issue is they don't have the bomb. Petchin, though, puts it into a 2-on-2 with that space he's gained. Bloggis now picks up that bomb, and he's going to shift over towards Petchin. Shifting so that Apogee might doubt which side it is, A or B. If he runs, they know that it's A and they can set themselves up accordingly. But you can see because of his shifting, Polo has already rotated towards B, but Hoku catches Bloggis. Petchin not in a position to trade. They know he was last spotted here. 1 versus 2. 24 seconds. Polo can now group up. Oh, accidentally clicked a misfire from the Galil. And as chaotic as it gets, thanks to Mikey's presence in mid, it's just not quite clean enough for Unity. Apogee get themselves up onto map point, ready to take their map pick by storm. Again, this is a map which Unity don't really like to play. They often first ban it in first rotation. They decided to leave it open. Now the force by 4 AKs, 1 Mac 10, very weak utility. They don't have any grenades to actually work map control with now. They can't push back Apogee on towards the ramp. Can't blind them. They can't execute onto a site. They're going to have to rely on winning the duels, but Levi not successful. Mikey still lurking towards mid. Beautiful flash. Bloggers fully blinded. The one angle which he's holding for, that angle that Bloggers was holding, is designed to not be blinded by the common flashes that are thrown for that exact play, and to have your crosshair in the perfect spot to counter the boost. But it's anticipated because they use a flash which is designed only for that spot. It's perfect. Bloggers falls. 2-man advantage for Apogee. Prism just tucked in towards the sandbags. Unity have contacted all the way up. Swizz has the cross, and that's when Prism activates. He's even spotted Mikey, and there you go. Apogee will close out Vertigo 13-4, sweeping Unity under the rug, and the first map of this best of 3. It's not a good showing for Unity at all. Their CT side looked non-existent, their T side even less so. Again, like I said, their play is quite one-dimensional. They don't have much to fall back on as far as strats are concerned, and rely heavily on, well, to be honest, Mikey causing the chaos for them to capitalize upon. But it's a selfish style of play, and if it doesn't work, they have nothing. But that means we will be going to a second map soon. That'll be in 11 minutes time, so don't go anywhere. We've got the action just around the corner. Back to Apogee Esports versus Team Unity here in United21 Season 19 lower bracket playoffs. We're on to map 2. Unity's map pick. Apogee swept Unity aside on Vertigo with a lovely 13-4 victory. Unity failing really to show up in any measure. But let's see if the break between maps has been enough to reset them. Starting on this T side. Throwing some smokes for a little bit of an execute on towards this A side, but it's a full stack from Apogee. Prism lands the first onto Mikey. Quickly removed. Blogis also falls. Prism had a couple kills here. Petchin and Levi do answer back, but just as quick as that. The stack pays off for Apogee. Team Unity barely make it out of Ramp and Palace before falling to the floors. One map up, now the one round up to Apogee. Going to be investing, get the M4s out. Unity barely been finding enough kills to get some upgraded pistols. Blogis is going to expense a P250, so is Petchin. Levi going for the Deagle. It's full eco for Unity. Otherwise, they're going to be setting themselves up, all 5 players. Actually, not all 5, it's going to be 3 players until the up. 2 towards the top of middle. Levi, though, is going to find a cheeky headshot. Petchin punishes Kloku's aggression. Swizz now left to try and defend this B bomb site from short. And Levi's going to find a second headshot. Out of nowhere, Levi has put his hand into the dirt and pulled out a nugget of gold. Just 2 Deagle headshots. Killing towards the top and middle, and that's it. Apogee have to save these 2 M4s. A 2 versus 5. These weapons can also be retrieved for Unity. They themselves now have 2 M4s. They'll be able to get the MP9 as well. Absolute gold from Levi.
Terrorists win.
Equal scores, 1-1. Apogee saving here, might be tempted to go for a force swap buy to attempt a third round break. I say break, it wouldn't be much of a break considering Unity won that on an eco. If they won that on a force buy, their cash balance wouldn't be quite so high. But even if Apogee win this force buy here, Unity will still be able to invest. They'll have enough cash left over. See how they choose to use these M4s. Completely vacating this B-bomb site. 3 players pushing it towards middle. The flashes are good, but they're overwhelmed. A single trade comes out for Unity. Levi comes out towards the bottom of the middle, but Polo is going to mop up a double kill. Leaving Petchin stuck, pinned in towards default, being closed in, and it's a triple kill for Polo. The M4s for Apogee, they set them up for success. That term's used a lot in Counter-Strike on those kind of buys, but they get aggressive. They don't sit in a default. They don't just wait for Polo, Prism on the save M4 to do all the heavy lifting. They use what resources they have to set them up. And what resources they had were numbers. Extra players. Get them involved. Big swinging towards middle. Blogis going to find the opening with York. Shot down quickly by Swizz. Overwhelmed though. Blink and you miss it in Unity. Now a 2-man advantage with a 3-for-1 trade. Almost a complete inverse of the previous round. Team Unity slowed things down. They look to converge towards B. Or towards A, sorry. 2 players through connector, 2 players through ramp. Need to make sure the trade game is good because Apogee, they're rotating over. They're stacking both players in towards CT. It's a nice tucked in safe position for these rifles. They could isolate a couple players overextending. Unity. Oof. Bit of a missed shot there from Prism. Could have been the difference maker. Could have been a 2-on-3 here, but instead Virtuoso in a clutch scenario And Mikey's already hunting. Hungry for some frags. Gets his first. Hungry, hungry guy. Catches the flank. And finally, Apogee are broken after a back and forth of the last 4 rounds. Teams winning 1 each at a time. Apogee are now eco'd. A couple 5.7s and a set of Julies. Single smoke on Prism. They'll try and set up a trap in towards the ladder room. Unity defaulting towards the top and middle. Bit of presence from Petchin towards B. Time ticks by. Apogee getting patient. 2 players push through the ramp. Looking for information, trying to clear out an extremity. Especially with the lack of information towards middle, they couldn't afford to be split. Unity flashed in towards ladder room. Anti-flash. Polo turns, but with only a USB can't find the frag. It's the Julies to find one, but Mikey's there with the trade. Now Petchin creeps in. Does clear out Virtuoso. The other 5.7. Nullified. Even Clocku and Prism coming in on this flank. They could find Blogus' AWP. He's going to find one. Prism could have very easily gone for the trade there. Caught Blogus. Pulling back the bolt of the AWP. But no. Prism sits and waits. Anticipates a player to come his direction. Looking for an exit. Petchin will be up on the plate. Prism gets the drop. Missed shot from Blogus. Prism punishes. 1v2. Not enough time on the board. He's going to pick up that AWP and turn to save. Not going to be easy though, because Mikey, as per usual, is hungry, looking for those ecos. He's already in towards TV. He will catch the timing to catch Prism. Actually won't be able to save that, or Mikey gets another eco frag. Apogee look to go for a retake setup in towards middle. And all in play, all 5 players. Ready to be flashed in. But they meet no resistance. And then disperse. Polo rotates back over towards B. Gets towards bench in the perfect time. The Famous finishes off K1 Fighter. Spots a second player. Drops a smoke to try and buy some time. It's only 1 player for Unity here to actually try and capitalise. They weren't in a position to just pounce them towards that site. They were just looking for info. Flashing towards mid. Prism goes for a swing, but at range, Mikey is unblinded. Granted a free kill. Back into a 4-on-4. Make it 4-on-3. Clocku catches Petchin's lurk. Again, Unity playing very individualistically. Just trying to take these solo fights across the map. The edge of the smoke, Clocku finds one, and through the smoke lines up Levi. Mikey left in a 1 versus 3. Will take down Virtuoso. Does he clear underpass? I don't think he's going to expect this. No, he won't. Polo will finish it. A good aggressive play from him. Pushed in towards Apps to upgrade his Famous. There's a reaction here in the players falling back. Scoreline tied 3-3. Unity could try and squeeze out a buy with Galils if they wanted to, but I think they're going to go for an eco. Mikey does have enough cash to afford that hero rifle. Up by Kevlar. We'll see if he's able to set himself up to win them this round. Again, this is unlike on Vertigo, this is where there's no cost to him going for this investment because he can still buy next round. But it does severely increase their chances of winning this one if he sets himself up correctly. Lurked in towards underpass. Going to find the kill. The opening engagement. Now boosted in towards window. Looking to catch off a rotation, but one issue with this style of play for Mikey is it's so individualistic. It relies on lurks, him taking solo fights. There's no trade potential behind it, meaning when he falls, there's no one to pick up the Galil. There's no one to carry the torch. Although, the kill he did get on towards Swizz into ladder, did drop an M4, which Levi's been able to retrieve, and he has Kevlar. Man advantage still on Apogee's side. Doing a decent setup. Yeah, Clockhoot. Lots of K1 fired at Molly. Try and keep Levi at bay, but he's already out in front of it. Levi's just waiting for the rotation. In the meantime, all his teammates have fallen. Does land the headshot to Clockhoot and takes down Prism. Looked like Prism had the drop on him there. Good crosshair placement, but Levi gets the kill first. Now on 1 versus 2. Polo making some noise in towards CT. Oh, Levi tries to isolate the fight, but Polo anticipates the edge of the smoke. It will be a fourth for Apogee back in the lead. Now Unity can get the investment out. Still a couple of Galils, but by all means they're not to be dismissed. They're setting themselves up heavy towards B with 4 players. Just Mikey towards the top of mid, making a bit of presence behind the smokes. HE does a nice bit of damage to Levi. Well-timed smoke from Virtuoso, playing to block. Get himself off of the van onto the balcony in a great spot to hold. A bit of a flash peek. Virtuoso does make a step. That's information Unity can relay across. Levi, I believe, should be able to hear these. Unity have been able to work in towards mid control. Their passive slow hold means that Apogee have vacated it. K1 Fighter has filled that gap, but tagged through the smoke. Steps heard. Clocky will be the one to actually get the kill. Swizz can pivot around and help assist on this B bomb site where there's 3 players lying in wait. Apogee have read this well. And there you have it. Clean round. Only 30 points of damage done to Polo. The rest of the players unscathed. Issue with that round for Team Unity is they were so silent across the map. They made such little noise that as the CTs, if you're going to play a passive hold, if you know that Unity are playing slow, you can let them waste the time. You're going to stack B. You've already got early information towards A, towards ramp. You've not heard any steps towards A. And A is the easier site to retake. So if you are going to lean towards one site, it's going to be B. Unity picked the wrong spot. And they're on pistols once more. Taken mid control. They're ready to split this site. In the meantime, Apogee have got a lot of info towards B. They've identified that's clear. They should now play to try and block on A. Drop the util. Smoke. Well timed. They're going to have to force their way out. Prism caught, stuck into a sandwich, but he dances around and Petchin can't quite finish him off. 2 quick kills for him and a third from Clockhoot. Unity are now just falling down by the wayside. It's just Levi with the bomb who had only just gotten to his teammates as the smoke had popped. He won't even land the shot on Prism. It'll be a triple kill. No doubt he's got that big grin on his face right now. Prism, a nice little triple piece. Got away with that second kill. But perhaps he could have been punished. Tactical pause for Unity now that they have a 3-round deficit. Coming into this next gun round, they need to be sure of how they want to approach it. The difficulty is because they took that tactical timeout right before this next gun round, Apogee might expect some adjustments. They might be able to read the next approach for Unity. Swizz early jump on towards catwalk. Gets into position nice and early. It's a flash peek. Clock in towards middle. It's going to creep up towards the top. Set up for a flashbang peek. Unity fully blinded, but Clocky doesn't overextend. I missed the timing. Counter flash. Clocky dodges. Dodges them both. He won't get a kill, it'll be Swizz instead to find the trade. Levi caught coming in towards the underpass. Prism will punish. Man advantage now for Apogee. They're still looking to fight in towards middle. Swizz not deterred. And he's read this well because Unity have fallen all the way back. They're shifting over towards the A site. In the meantime, Polo's actually taken underpass. So this is going to be a good read. A lot of information gathered from Apogee in the right spaces. The question is, can the rotation come at the right time? Virtuoso only just now towards CT. Prism peaks, finds Mikey. Does the anticipated player towards Sandwich. Virtuoso now just going to tuck towards triple. The flash comes out. Petchin makes a step, and Virtuoso then activates, knows where the last two players are, and will finish them off in kind. Apogee guarantee a lead at the half now with 7. Unity now going for another. Well, this is a half buy again, but Mikey's brought all the way up to an AK. But he's made it work. A beautiful opening. Popping out of the ramp before the util comes out. Another trade. Mikey finds 2 with this AK, making it work. Good HE softens up Levi. Virtuoso going to find 1 through the smoke. It's a 3-on-3s. The bomb starts ticking. 30 seconds left before it explodes. Apogee need to get a move on, but they're locked out behind these smokes. 3 flashes, 1 single smoke to go for, but Team Unity adding a little bit of spice. A flash in towards CT to keep Bolo at bay. Missed shot. I think he's going to tuck away. Apogee, not enough time. They're not been given any of the frags. Actually, hello, 2 kills, quick succession. It's now just Mikey tucked in towards the sandwich. Are they going to clear it? Yes, they are. I'm not sure if they got it on time. Oh, ho, ho. Less than a second and Unity could have got that bomb off, but instead, as Polo runs to save, I'm pretty sure the call from whoever that was in CT says, oh, Polo saving, they're saving, they're saving, and then they reposition, they get caught trying to go for the hunt when the 2 players towards jungle are still holding, catch them in reposition. Even Mikey just tucked him towards Sandwich. Those kits. The undoing of Team Unity. Bomb plant does give Unity that extra cash with that 4-round loss bonus. They can afford a full healthy buy. Polo peering in towards the top and middle behind the smoke, and he's going to find Mikey. X Factor removed. Clocku now spots the legs of not 1 but 2 players. Up in towards the window. The HE do a lot of damage on towards Levi. In fact, no, Levi's gone away with it up on 71. In the meantime, though, Petchin has fallen. Now just Blogis. 1 versus 5. Sat on the ramp with an AWP, waiting for someone to peek stairs. Beautiful aggression there from Apogee. Just locking down that mid default. Final round of the half. Unity just try vanilla around. Longest walking out will be finished off by Swizz. It's a 9-3 half for Apogee. Unity looking, oof, not very united. Let's put it that way. Again, Apogee already one map up in this series. Only 4 rounds away from knocking out Team Unity from United21 Season 19. Apogee now on that T side. Pistol round, they've got 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and a P250. Unity, it's going to be a fast boost into B. This could be a very good counter. The Bloggist gets very early information as to the location of these players. This rotation can come in early. Still in front of the flashes. Fires a couple shots but has to fall back. Swizz jumps out but lands into the crossfire. Prism coming out of the balcony. Will find one but Levi activates. Polo and Clocku now left to try and pick apart the crossfires on this site. Polo will be removed mid-air. Team Unity get up to a 4th. No bomb plan either for Apogee. Full rifles for Unity. Bloggers and Fire are going for the FAMASs. Apogee on this full eco, just a single flash. Set up towards top mid, waiting for some Team Unity aggression. Flash will come in and they'll just go for a wide swing. Nothing is given their way. Mikey going to mop up 2 eco kills. Make it 3 to pad his stats. Put him up to 13. Apogee can now go for the investment. Unity, that pistol and that conversion have closed the gap a little bit. Window smoke. But Mikey fully blinded. He tries to make that catwalk jump. Full wide swing from Apogee, and they're going to be rewarded with 2 kills. 1 team kill does come in. There's a man advantage for the Polish side. Unity, all 3 players looking to fight in towards middle behind this short smoke. Levi does find Clocku, but goes down to 12 HP in return. Apogee is just going to stay grouped here, all 3 players together. All they have to do is trade out, get into a 1 versus 1. Bit of presence over towards B. Prism some util to try and bait out a rotation, but the 2 players are shifting towards underpass. The lack of now noise over towards B post the utility does halter Unity's rotations, but the flank is dealt with. Petchin's boost finally finds 1. 13 seconds, 2 versus 2. Apogee now have to try and find their way on towards this A bomb site. They should be able to get this bomb planted. It's just Levi. 1 versus 2 when he's cleared out. Apogee have done it. A 3 versus 3 in the mid round with a time up against them. A bit of util over towards B. A little unsettling of the rotations for Unity. They find one, actually sprint up towards A, and trade out. Double digits for Apogee. Unity empty their bank accounts to afford one more investment. That's an MP9 on K1 Finder, no utility on Petchin or Levi. Mid control for Apogee. Smoke towards connector, smoke towards window, volley towards underpass. Focus their attention towards catwalk. Counter smoke from Mikey in towards connector. He might be going for a double swing in towards window as the smoke is faded, but Swizz has got himself tucked underneath in a good position. And the trade onto Bloggis. Meantime, Clockute has punished Levi's aggression. A solo push in towards the B apps. The rotation is going to come in. Fast from Bloggis. Steps might be heard. In fact, he's pinned in towards ladder. Swizz catches Mikey trying to capitalize. Prism holding the rotations. 4 versus 2. Make it 4 versus 1. As it's just K1 Fighter left on this A-bomb site. Spotted by Virtuoso's lurk. Gonna be able to upgrade to the AK. It's going to have to save. No kit, 30 seconds. Already planted. That's a beautiful round from Apogee. But it does hinge on the overextension from Levi in towards B-apps. Unnecessary. Perhaps has got himself into a comfortable angle, but lost the one-on-one duel. And the Apogee players are in the perfect spot to catch off those rotations. One towards chair. Held Bloggis in ladder. He couldn't fall back to rotate in towards short. Mikey tries to help him out, but he's being held from underpass. Or rather, from under window. Apogee now up to an 11th. Strong lead. Unity now going to be ecoing around this AK. Apogee know it's a weak buy, so they're going to set themselves up for an A site execute. K1 Fighter fully flashed in, and he's going to land a beautiful transfer onto Clocku before going down. Gets a lot of information and 2 kills. Unfortunately, though, Unity won't be able to pick up these rifles. They dropped deep in towards the ramp, including K1 Finders, but Polo whiffs a massive spray onto Mikey over the top of the flames. Again, it is mostly just USPs here. Been spotted out. Spray doesn't quite land for Swizz. Unity get away with an eco round, setting up K1 Fighter perfectly with that 1 AK. They read that it's an A-site execution. 2 flashes in towards the ramp. Fully blinds the players setting up the smokes. He lands a sublime transfer on the first 2, and then Apogee just crumble with a man disadvantage, giving up 3 fights against these pistol players. Done a bit of a dent to Apogee's funds there. Still able to afford an AWP, a glass cannon for Polo. There's a couple of pistols for Swizz and Prism, but the AK for Virtuoso has found the opening. Mikey, the aggression shut down towards the top and middle. Apogee now converge on the central portion of the map. Swizz with the Deagle, not enough to land the kill on towards Petchin. Clocku tagged in the molly, that's confirming his location. Petchin can safely fall out of ladder under the cover of this smoke. Okay, one finder. Hello, how's that happened? He's flanked in towards T-spawn. I didn't even notice that. He's pushed ramp. Caught 2 players rotating before being dispatched of. The advantage now lies on Unity's hands. 2 versus 3, and the bomb last spotted towards TV. Levi, a great spot to pop his head up for 1, and he decapitates Clocku. Virtuoso in a 1 versus 3. Unity playing very passive here. Retake towards A. Murder hole being watched by Petchin. Levi just has to hold B solo. Concerned about the possibility of Virtuoso coming up through mid. Just tucked himself at the back of the site. Virtuoso, I'm pretty sure, has to make noise dropping out of the apps. Levi doesn't have to hold. There we go. Virtuoso makes the steps. Shoulder spotted. Virtuoso can't quite land the spray. Levi holds strong with a double kill over towards B. It's a 7th for Unity. Now only 4 behind that of Apogee. Likely to close even further with Apogee unable to afford even upgraded pistols here. It's just Glocks. And they're barreling out of the ramp, all 5 players. K1 Fighters isolated. It's a 1-for-1 trade. That's the lone A anchor. They should be able to get this bomb planted. Clocku's actually picked up the M4. Now a man advantage for Apogee and the bomb planted. Time ticking on the favour of the T's. Smoke towards CT. Clocku has this M4. He's going to look to isolate a fight on towards Bloggis. Bloggis reveals his location. Whips out the pistol and deals with it successfully. Virtuoso now left in the 1 versus 3. Steps, I believe, heard. See the util comes raining out. Double smoke towards connector. The bomb not planted for him. Virtuoso is just going to slink away. Happy with the fact that they were able to get 2 kills and the bomb planted there. Brilliant swarm from Apogee. I'm not sure why K1 Fighter chose to play the site. Maybe he didn't read the economy. Surely someone on Unity was able to say, hey, they're probably going to eco here. They don't have good money. In which case, there's no reason for K1 Fighter to be anchoring the A site from default against pistols. Should be playing CT probably. Better position where he can't get so overwhelmed. Aggression in towards middle. The flash is good. The trade even better. 1-man advantage. Virtuoso gives it away as he tries to sneak in through the palace smoke. K1 Fighter loving to play aggressive at Prism. Getting messy. In towards the connector and finds one. Squiz and Polo, they realise that K1 Fighter hiding in the smoke. The HE's going to blow it open. The Molly locks him in. The HE will expose him. Beautiful play from Apogee there to counter K1 Fighter. Lock him in with a Molotov. Blow open the smoke. Forced into the 1 versus 2 fight. And now Bloggis is left in a 1 versus 3. A quick round from Apogee. It's messy. But the trades, the fundamentals are there. Flashes shut down the CT mid-aggression. They get the first. And they trade out, have the man advantage. Then it's just a case of, well, quite literally trading out. Topped off by Prism getting a kill as he walks through the connector smoke. Bloggis just looking to save. The funds aren't perfect from Unity. They're a bit all over the place. Petchin and Bloggis have plenty, but K1 Fighter and Levi have nothing.
Terrorists win.
Map, match, and series point for Apogee. Unity just about able to squeeze together a buy. M4's in play, 1 single kit. Plethora of grenades. Apogee currently setting their sights towards A. It's Prism making a bit of presence in towards middle. Window smoke, top mid smoke. It's readable from Unity. They're leaning heavily over towards A with 3 players. One of which watching connector. Going to be full site execution. Virtuoso lines up a Molotov for Dark through the smoke. Counter util comes out. Bloggis drops a smoke towards default to give him some cover. And allows him to post up for 1 before falling. K1 Fighter deals with Clocku trying to walk over his head. And at least Polo in a 1 versus 5. The A site hold successful for Unity with the 2 players finding a stronghold. K1 Fighter is going to collect a triple kill. Apogee have a choice to go for a force here, and I think they will. They can get 4 rifles out. It will just be Prism on perhaps an SMG or a pistol. It'll be the latter. Tech 9. Good flash. Right in front of Swizz. Knows he's pinned by Bloggis' AWP. Boost comes up for Virtuoso, looking in towards Connector. Might be a second boost here in towards Underpass, but they both jump. Bloggis hears it. He now can anticipate it. Oh, what a blunder from Clocku and Polo. They'd only communicated who was going on top. And that boost wouldn't have been heard, and they could have caught Bloggis off guard. And Bloggis, in fact, is going to find a second kill. Peeks off of Mikey's flash, and Swizz is no more. 3 versus 5. Make it 3 versus 4. Levi pinned. Mikey equalises. I say equalises. 2 versus 4. Smoke blooms just as the second as Virtuoso peaks, meaning Mikey gains vision of him. Even Prism. 1 versus 5. Does have the bomb on his back, but he's just going to make a play through this smoke. It's held by Mikey. He'll collect a triple. Double digits now for Unity. They are keeping this gap closer and closer, but Apogee, they only need 1. I've watched enough Counter-Strike to know that in this scenario, this is the one that Apogee get when they're ecoed. There's 2 rounds left of regulation. They're 1 round away from winning. They choose to save for last. Let's see if Unity can hold on against the Deagles. Bloggis does so. AWP shot. Top and middle Virtuoso removed. Deep U tilt in towards B. Keeps them at bay. Levi just blocking early. Jump spots. Gains vision. HE opens up the players. Clocku tries to fight in front of the smoke, but Levi can just get on top of the bumper of Van. And he's going to mow down 3. Swizz now left 1 versus 5. Location known. He's made steps. You can see Mikey hunting. He's hungry. He's salivating. Knowing that there's an ecoing player. A player with only a pistol in his hand. No match. Mikey's mighty AK. It's going to be Bloggis to get the kill. So after you don't find anything on their eco, we go to the full investment. The rifles are out. 5 AK-47s. 19 grenades. Polo could drop over an extra flash. They can make it 20. There we go. He's done so. I think. Swizz dropped over that smoke. Bloggis instantly blows open the smoke. HE misses a little bit. He takes some damage, but gains vision. Doesn't spot anyone. Apogee set themselves up over towards B again. Levi dropping utility. Spots Polo. Polo's just going to try and capitalize. Jump straight out onto Apps. And finds a headshot. Perfect counter. They read Levi. They saw what he did last round. The scouting, whilst they were on pistols, let them figure out how Levi defends this B site. And they catch him. Perfect counter from Polo. Now a 2-man advantage as Team Unity have to attempt this retake. Bomb ticking down. K1 Finder is going to find Prism. He's taking a lot of time to do so. Petchin has utility. They've actually got a couple smokes and a Molotov. K1 Finder accelerating. Polo is on very low HP. Petchin and Bloggers find a couple. Down to the 2-on-2. They have kits in play. Swizz just tucked into the corner. Clocku reveals his location. He is quickly traded. There's just not enough time. That's it. Swizz has done it. He even wins the 1 versus 2 with a triple kill. It'll be 13-11. Apogee 2-0 Unity here in the lower bracket of the playoffs of United21, and that means it's goodbye to Unity. They simply, I mean, when I say they weren't united enough, I don't mean that as a pun. I mean literally. They didn't play together quite as much as they'd expect. The showing on Vertigo was beyond subpar. They almost managed to get it across the line on Mirage to take us to a third, but it wasn't enough. Unity will be eliminated from the tournament, and that means Apogee go through to the lower bracket semi-finals. Now, that is us done for the day. And that's me done as well. Tomorrow you will be covered by Legacy covering the games. That'll be some upper bracket semi-final games. So some top level teams looking to make their way through that upper bracket run. Make sure to tune in for those games. That's me done. Thank you for watching and goodbye.